How's everybody doing? Hopefully y'all are having a good weekend thus far. Griffin's gonna rage when he watches Synths' new video. Why? What is the video? Danky Kang bad is the video. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, y'all already said that you didn't like it, so which was surprising. The fact that you hate God of War Ragnarok and love Donkey Kong Bonanza tells me all I need to know about Nintendo fanboy delusions. I mean, if you can't understand why I like a game that you actually play for 99% of it versus a game where you watch cutscenes and walk in a straight line for at least 70%, then I don't know how to help you. And, you know, bad cutscenes at that. Like, it's not even a good story. Like, it'd be different if it was a good movie. Like, if you're gonna make a movie game, make it a good movie. Admit I like lollies? That sounds like some projection, my guy. The fuck does lollies have to do with anything? Nobody's talking about anime porn but you, bro. Nobody's talking about anime porn but you, dog. That's all you. Pauline's feet. Okay, yeah. That's some projection then, dude. Jeez. Yeah. It's like in the game, whenever you find a treasure chest with a fossil map and sign, Pauline goes, "Look, a map." Well, we found one tonight, boys. And we didn't even have to play the game. Griffinstein Gamingberg, have you scammed and punished the video enjoyers enough? The video enjoyers don't put their money where their mouth is, so I don't know. Like last night, I got paid to play a game on a gaming channel. God forbid. So, not a single shekel towards watching a video, so sorry. If the video enjoyers weren't such kvetching Judens, then, you know, maybe they would take priority. But if I get donated to play a game that I actually like on top of that, then I'm gonna prioritize the game. Someone sent you a 2 girls, 1 cup. Oh, yeah, dude. I've seen that so many times from when I was a kid, I doubt it would even faze me today. I've probably seen some form of that video at least 100 times. So I'm probably numb to that at this point. Let's see. So, Jethro's Fried Chicken and pouring with the 60 months. This video from Synths probably gonna piss you off. Yeah, we can check it out. Yeah, somebody mentioned he made a Donkey Kong video. And then Juan with the 2, what is this? 19-year monster admits his first victim was his own sister. But was she bad, dog? Shit. Oh, uh-oh. Is this you, Juan? I can't afford this shit! I don't know. It's kind of looking kind of sus for you, bro. Looks Mexican to me. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. Imagine. Okay, I am getting audio. Let's see. Sneed feed with the 2. Here's my fee. Griffin, Goldstein, Shackelberg. Thank you. Oy vey. Oy vey indeed. Dude, I don't know why you would expect South Park to be a bastion of free speech. Literally, the only political figure they have ever made fun of in the past decade is Trump, so... That, you know, that era of the show is long gone. Ever since they did their humiliation ritual, especially for fucking Al Gore, that's when you know they sold out. That shit was the most insufferable episode of South Park, I think, probably that exists. The two-part Al Gore man-bear-pig one, where it's like them just literally glazing how right Al Gore was for like over an hour. But, yeah, I mean, it's the classic case of the original seasons are the better ones because it's way more edgy, because you were allowed to be back then. And I think the creators of the show really resent the fact that people unironically side with Cartman. I think it does piss them off. It's like Neil with, you know, Joel. It's a similar instance of that. Where they start to resent the fan base. But, I don't know. I think South Park, for what it is pretty entertaining. It's the only one of the adult, like, animation shows that are actually good, in my opinion. But, yeah, it's definitely not as good as it once was. Which is, you know, the case with a lot of them, because they run out of ideas. Yeah, I played the I Am Jesus Christ demo on stream. We streamed. It's like an hour long. I'll be buying the full release. Dude, I had a friend who was literally Eric Cartman in real life. Like, I shit you not. Literally. Like, you would be shocked if they didn't base the character off someone exactly like him. But, yeah.
I can't afford this shit!
Oski Bosky with a 2 time to get fucked up in Mario Kart after peak. Nice, bro. Yeah, we're gonna finish up God of War for sure tonight. I don't think we have too much left, like an hour or two probably, but I'm not entirely sure. I am gonna finish this up tonight. Do I think Sony's actually gonna go fully multi-platform? No, I do not. They have no reason to. Because the next generation Xbox isn't gonna be selling. So, if they wanted to go, you know, multi-platform, they would have done it by now when Xbox is still relevant. You know, because there's not gonna be an Xbox user base next gen. So if they wanted to expand to that audience, then they would already be releasing games to that audience. Not next generation when it doesn't even exist anymore. So, the only thing that'll be like truly multi-platform is maybe like third-party, like, you know, partner games, like the case with Helldivers, because, you know, they don't own the studio for that, and it's a live service game that's entering the end of its life cycle. And then probably just like the MLB game that they're contractually obligated to do. And I'm not paying child support with the 2 thoughts on the Steam Collective Shout thing. I'm not really familiar with Collective Shout. The only thing Steam-related I heard about was basically Visa and MasterCard. You know, the anti-porn Jews of that industry demanded they, you know, stop selling a bunch of, like, adult games with, like, degenerate shit in them, which, you know, I don't really care too much about. But I'm not familiar with the Collective Shout thing. Why is load not the default? That's interesting. So yeah, the creators of South Park got the humiliation ritual when they made fun of Al Gore. Not when they made fun of Al Gore, when they made that, like, glaze of Al Gore. They literally made, like, a 2-part series dedicated to how, you know, correct he was about everything. And how he was, like, some genius-level guy who everyone should have listened to. And, like, it was basically just, you know, bowing down to the current thing. But that's an older episode. It's been around for a while. That's when I would say it began. And we know they don't like Trump either, because, you know, the only politician they made fun of in the past 10 years is him. Didn't touch Obama, didn't touch Biden, didn't touch anybody else. Just him, so... yeah, they had to pay their pound of flesh, is my guess. Well, Al Gore is a retard, dude. He said New York City would be underwater by 2012. He is a fucking retard. He's a grifting dipshit who owns an oil company! He owns a fucking oil company and is gonna preach to you about the dangers of fucking global warming. So, yeah. Yes, Al Gore owns Occidental Oil. That's his family business, which he still owns a massive amount of shares in to this date. He is a leading shareholder of Occidental Oil. That's how he can afford his, 7 palatial mansions across the globe that he jets around the world to while preaching you need to turn off your air conditioning. So he's one of those. The rules for thee, but not for me, motherfuckers. Al Gore is who ran against George Bush the first time around in 2020. I don't remember where I was last night, so shit. Okay, so that's where I'm supposed to go. No, it wasn't the closest election in history, but it was the most litigated, for sure. I mean, it was literally decided by the courts, so. Because Al Gore, I think, won the popular vote, so. It's just one of those cases of a... Okay. Oops, I was supposed to interact with that door. What I want to do to those stupid fucking horse girls in that anime game. Oh shit. Do I have to execute him here? Get back. Yes. There's 2 circles? Oh. Let me see. I'll check. I didn't know there was 2. Oh, there we go. Beat a dead horse.
I can't afford this shit!
I'll beat it alive even. Griffin, if God of War 3 Aphrodite appeared in your apartment and demanded you be her sex slave, would you where you get put in a cage and get fed the finest foods, but you have to bang every day? Oh my god. What the fuck are these retarded ass, like, you know, scenarios? This sounds like a question for the terminally unemployed. Shit. Oh, okay, you just... Oh shit. Yeah, I am dead. Oh, is the Nintendo music? Okay, I'll turn it off. Oops. There it is. Oh, no! I didn't know difficulty affected platform. Oh, shit. Okay. just a dead end? Shit. Maybe they're down this way still. Yep. Alright, there we go. It's opened! Hooray, dude! Let's see. Is the 10 code the 279 to 9/11 secure Bush's second term? Yeah, I would say so. Yup. I would say in the eyes of the public, but his second term was probably already paid for at that point anyway. His family is part of the whole Bohemian Grove society, so... Come on, bro. Okay. Jeez. I thought it was really gonna fuck me with the camera. See. And see here about the 5, appreciate it, man. What if I missed, Griffin? Did something happen with Gay Station? No, not really. Nothing new. Just lamenting its current state. Brittany D with the 2. Hello, Griffin Gaming. Well, hello there, Brittany D. How are you doing? Oh, shit. Here we go, guys. My specialty.
I can't afford this shit!
Holy amazeballs, dude! I finished Donkey Kong Bonanza like, what, a week ago? Or not a week ago. Maybe. I don't remember what night I beat it on. Friday or Saturday. Oh, you have to find the door. Shit. Oh. Fuck. Got it. Alright, well, that was lucky. Gobble it up, slut! Yeah, I got my ultimate elephant ability recently in Donkey Kong, so that's pretty cool. When you use the suction now, it turns the ground underneath you gold. Like if it didn't need to get any more busted, man. The elephant power is fucking goated. Oh, shit. Bro, how are you supposed to get past that? Alright, maybe I shouldn't go that way yet. Maybe you can kill him later. Yes, you do. Now I can go cross it. Oh, I think I can upgrade my... Yeah, I got plenty now. Alright, there we go. Now I can cross without these pesky snipers, dude. Shit! Dude, you gotta, like, spam the shit out of circle for that execution. Jeez. Maybe that was Sony's strategy for getting people to buy a shitty DualShock 2. Because those controllers didn't last at all. Bro, I remember how bad the build quality was on those PS1 through 3 controllers. Terrible. Quit like you quit trying to improve your life? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. If I quit trying to improve my life, then why do I got 30 grand in cash on my desk right now? I actually do, by the way. Means I gave up? I don't think so. Show it. Alright. If you want me to flex. Alright, so what you'll see is one stack of 50s and 20s and a few 10s and 5s in the bag, and then you'll see a stack of 100s. So this is from those boxes I sold. So here, I'll put a controller next to it for reference. Take a picture real quick. Alright, pardon my mess on the desk, I don't live here, but... yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's Monopoly money? Oh yeah, dude. Oh, there's some cheap out there. There you go. Let me smell it. It doesn't smell very good. But yeah, this is for me selling those Evolving Skies bucks. My desk isn't too bad. I got like some fucking Alex Jones supplements that my mom bought me right here. Got my Advil, some fucking scissors, because I was packaging shit up earlier. Got some random Pokemon cards sitting there, because why not? The hairy fucking keyboard covered in dog hair. My controller. And then, yeah, the $100 bills, baby. But yeah, you can see I got 2 unhung posters in the back. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Big Daddy. So I bought like a collector's edition to grade the limited edition copy of the game. And yeah, it was with a little statue too, which was kind of cool. Because I have a Songbird statue too, but it's like put away. But yeah, I got like a little Big Daddy from BioShock, which is kind of neat. Well, Juan, the offer still stands. Give me $200 and I'll go buy whatever keyboard you want, like whatever type of keys. I'll be happy to go buy whatever keyboard you want, like key-wise. I'll still pick the model, but if you want silent keys, then the offer stands. Otherwise, sit your ass down. Well, it's not 200 for a keyboard, it's 140 for a keyboard, but YouTube takes 30%, so... If he wants me to change my keyboard, which is completely fucking unnecessary because the keyboard works perfectly fine, he just doesn't like the sound. So, if he wants to bitch about it and wants to make a change, then he can be that agent of change. Otherwise, I have no problem with my keyboard. I don't think 90% of the fucking chat cares about the keyboard. It's just a Juan autism moment. So... most people probably have clicky keyboards anyway, so it's a uniquely Juan issue. Alright, let me... he's unique and quirky? Yeah, I'd say so. Alright, let's see. shit. That is. Fuck. Shit. Here we go, guys. My favorite part of gaming, platforming. Oh, fuck. Nope, you can't skip. All right. Here we go. Oh, you can. Never mind. Fuck. I was gonna see if you could hang, but nah. It's alright, I'll get it. It's just gonna take time, like all good things, right? Yeah, the camera definitely doesn't help you. What the fuck? I didn't even move! Bruh. Alright. I have no idea which... Oh, no, wrong way. Shit! I got it right the first time, but not the second. Alright. I think I'm clear, yeah. So I have to jump across onto that. Okay. Got it! Okay. Now I just need to do nothing stupid here. Take it nice and slow. I guess I missed a chest. Oh well. I'm just going down. Fuck it. I don't care. I'm not redoing that. You know what? I'll miss the fucking chests. Shit. Alrighty. I don't play platformers, so don't at me about platforming skills. I've never claimed to have them. It's a genre of games I purposely avoid. You can't talk shit about my platforming. Yeah, but Donkey Kong doesn't have, like, traditional platforming. That's why I liked it. You just beat the shit out of everything. I thought there was, like, a bow. Guess not. Dude, just give him a pet. Am I ready to play Death Stranding? Oh yeah, dude, I can't wait. Alright, left stick. What? Bro, that like was literally on screen for a split second. The fuck was I supposed to do with that? What? Bro, it didn't even pop up. There's supposed to be 4. I only saw 3. 2, 3. There we go. Okay, that's exactly what I did. I hate the stick rotation QTEs. That's like my least favorite thing about the Detroit game on PlayStation was the stick rotation. I feel like that's the worst form of QTEs in general. But oh well. One fight out of the whole... Okay, bro, that was bullshit. I didn't even get a chance to take my hand off the thumbstick before the next one popped up. Jeez. It's more sensitive than a fucking troon, bro. We'll get it eventually. Got it. See. Oh god, is it really gonna make me log in? Okay. I don't know if I'm damaging him or not, which is the question, because it's not like an actual health bar. Live chat. Let me see if there's anything back here. Oh, maybe you have to do the log thing. Let's see. You got a Kraken? Oh, okay. I think I got him now. Nope. Come on. There we go. Wait, what? Okay, that one didn't register. It's kind of tedious. The way this thing moves really reminds me of the BioShock Infinite Songbird. Like its animations and everything. Hell yeah, dude. Let's see if there's a chest.
You're wrong!
Oh, that would have been a good place to hide the chest. Because everybody would just go to the left. Let's see. Let's see. Sasuke Waski with the 2. Appreciate it, man. RTU ear rape. All right.
I'm just gonna say it. Since you're talking shit about my fucking number now, right now. Come on, fucking racist bigot. Question you, fucking dare I say it, hateful cunt. Because you're a bigoted asshole too. Thank you. Die!
And Z-Herb with the 2. What are word, retard, or rig? I don't know. Is there even such a thing as an R word? Yeah, that was probably one of the most pitiful attempts by leftists, is to, like, brand retard as the R word, dude. Like, nobody actually bought into that, which I'm very happy. We're not completely fucked. We're not completely fucked. There's still some pushback to these fucking retards, man. For lack of a better word. Damn, bro. I thought we already got the Architect's Son's head. Dude, I hate, like, the TikToks be like, they called him an R-slur. It's like, oh my god. Or the rewriting of the word kill. They unalived him, bro. Like, that just shows you how brainwashed the general population is they can let fucking social media, like, whatever, TOS, dictate language. Like, it's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. We are fucked in the future. Because, you know, luckily we still have people who didn't grow up with that, but, like, think about it, if that's, like, your entire reality. Now your entire vocabulary and way of communication is dictated by some Chinese company, just so you can use their, you know, dopamine-releasing app that you've been basically raised on because your parents gave you an iPad and told you to fuck off.
Your progress is impressive, Kratos, but your skills will not carry you to your ultimate goal. I offer you the souls of Hades itself, the souls of the dead, who stand ready to fight by your side. Take this weapon, Kratos. Take this power, and use it to defeat your enemies.
You acquired the army of Hades. Hell yeah. Okay, I was like, why isn't that working? I was like trying to grab them.
Go forth in the name of Olympus.
They did a big redesign on Hades from this game to the third. Uh-oh. Give me 1 second, guys. I just spilled my drink. Gotta go grab a paper towel.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, it's just some G Fuel, so. I had to wash my shirt off real quick, too, because it's red. Let's see. So Z-Herb with the 5, man, I would love the whole trilogy remade. I don't trust it. Yeah, they would change too much. But I imagine all in the style of God of War 3, but with updated visuals. Yeah, I mean, just do God of War 3's visuals. That'd be great. I think God of War 3, honestly, is, like, perfect graphically for games. Like, it doesn't look so photorealistic that it doesn't feel like a video game, but it also, you know, has enough, I would say, fidelity to where it looks really good. Like, God of War 3, if you play the PS4 version, has aged incredibly well. Yeah, they would redo it with 2018 gameplay. Absolutely. And they would remove all the women and sex minigames and based trophies and all that type of stuff. Like, we don't want to offend our female audience that doesn't play these games in the first place. I need help? With what? Yeah, bros before hoes where you kill the prostitute, right? Oh, did I just fuck myself? Oh, that's right. Shit. So you have to line up the eye. Yeah, okay. So let's see. Is this in here? No. Where's the eye? Okay. Find it eventually. Griff, Synth spoke a ton of shit about you in his news. That's fine. I don't care. Yeah, I think that's kind of weird, because doesn't Synthetic Man typically like his baby games or whatever, because he was happy about Astrobot winning? I would say, as far as difficulty is concerned, Astrobot and Donkey Kong are probably just about the same. He called me the F-slur. Oh my god, no! That's not it, no. Just the one with the blood. Yeah, I like Donkey Kong a lot. Like, that game is genuinely fun to me. I don't know, I'm a sucker for destructible environments, so that's just my thing. And that's the reason why, you know, I don't typically like 3D platformers, but I like that one. Is because of the destruction elements. Like, it reminds me of the Red Faction games, Just Cause, things like that, which I really enjoyed. At least in the past. Just Cause 4 kind of sucked. Alright, so there. Now we need to line up this door with this. Which may already... Yeah, is it already? No. Okay. Camera. Stay there. I hate platformers like Griffin hates them. Yeah, exactly. Real shit. Is there not a way to rotate this one? Fuck. This is why you're a virgin and nobody respects you. You're a spineless coward who won't even defend myself against what? That I like a video game? Oh my science. Okay, so I guess you follow the women. Fuck. Okay, it's over there. "50-year-old woman asking where all the good men are. I just can't find them. Where did they go?" From Synth talking shit about you, but did he actually? PK, I know you come in here and do a little trolling every once in a while, so... I don't really take most of what you say seriously, to be completely honest, so... To be 100% transparent, I don't really take a lot of what you say seriously. According to you, pretty much every single person on YouTube has talked shit about me at some point. Griffin should react to the Discord DMs leak video. Of who? Synth, of course. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that last night. Was it a big nothing? I would imagine so. I don't really feel like I need to react to that. Whoa, did I actually miss that chest? Oh, never mind. It's just bullshit. Alright, here we go. It's done! What am I waiting for? I had no idea. I've never talked to Synthetic Man outside of sending, like, chats, so I don't know. Me when I see your mom, dude. Yeah, I was about to say, where was that inside of Krona? Dude, was it in his ass? Okay, fuck, I thought it broke. It's like shit.
Your progress is impressive, Kratos. But be warned, once you ascend to the upper levels of first box.
Oh, I'm gonna put my hands all over that hot little box, don't worry.
As Kratos rose through the massive temple constructed to guard Pandora's box, he realized it was a monument not only to the gods of Olympus, but
let's see. So Z heard with D5. All those people who refused to take the vaccine won, man, that was a load of shit. They're still around, so everyone, wait, and so is everyone else. I know. You're gonna kill Grandma, dude. You'll have blood on your hands. I hope so. If I can personally be responsible for the death of 1 million normies, then let it be. God wills it. Griffin, Synth, and Raymond. That would definitely be an interesting dynamic. You know, because Raymond's like the guy who's just truly given up. Synthetic Man is like kind of getting there. And then, you know, I'm still somewhat, I guess, white-pilled. It wouldn't be the worst, like, pairing of people for podcast. Damn, bro, he looks like a Camino guy. Oh, shit, my bad.
Kratos had been in service to the gods long enough to know the Harpy had been sent as a warning, a reminder from his former master of the decision that had cost Kratos everything. Had it been that long since he'd almost met his end at the hands of the barbarians?
Tim Marco, 279, Hippozone DM'd me. He needs your personal info. Well, just check the T leaks. You'll find me in a wig on there.
The sky split apart, and the god of war
I'm the one that hacked it, bro. Yo, Ares cockshot? Nice.
Descending from Olympus, he saw the makings of a god in a mere moment. Ares would save Kratos. He would turn him into the perfect warrior, his servant on Earth. Only a simple pledge of loyalty was required.
My life is yours, Ares. From this day, I shall carry forth your will.
And his fate was sealed. As promised, Ares rescued his new disciple, bringing forth the power of a god, destroying those who would slaughter Kratos and his men. As for Kratos, only a sword and shield would befit the newest servant of the god of war. The blades
Crack
of
his head
chaos,
like a Pepsi.
forged in the foulest depths of Hades. Once attached, the chains remained so, chained and seared to the flesh, a part of the bearer's body, a permanent reminder of Kratos' pledge. In return, ultimate power. The rage of Ares exploded from within. But soon, he would learn the true cost of such power. A cost too high, even for Kratos to pay.
Wretched beast! I know who it is you serve!
Return to your master. Tell the god of war I am his no longer. Tell him he is not safe while I walk the earth. I will find Pandora's box.
And I will finger fuck
to see
him.
him tremble and fall before me.
I thought Pandora would be the one trembling and falling before you, but alright. It's her box you're gonna be grabbing. Zero with the 2, somehow this game makes you a Nazi. You know, all I can say to that is.
Nigga, how he live? Nigga, how he live? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how he live?
Alright, let's see what I can upgrade. I kind of like the Army of Hades. That was pretty cool. But I can't upgrade it fully. I don't get how Soul streamers pretend to be excited about because they got a fat-ass check from the Chinese dev. Actually, such a played-out genre, and I love those. It's because they got a check from the company. Bro, there was like 2,000 sub channels who were reviewing that game early. They send it out to everybody. I love the soundtrack of these old games, man. The new God of War soundtracks are just so forgettable. These old Greek games, though, like, the music is just top tier. It just reminds me of that opening sequence of God of War 3. It's so fucking awesome. I don't know, bro. I love God of War 3. That is pretty much a perfect game, in my opinion. I genuinely don't have, like, any major complaints with it at all. I wouldn't say it's on par with Lord of the Rings, but as far as video games go, it's definitely one of the better ones. Lord of the Rings soundtrack, I think, is on a different level. Atreus' hatred is more than justified, in my opinion. I don't like him as a character. I don't like Freya either. Like, Athena was definitely more likable in this than Freya. I just hate how ugly all the characters are in the new God of War game. Like, I'm so fucking sick of realism in my fantasy games. Like, why is a game made in, like, fucking, you know, Norse mythology grounded in reality? Like, who the fuck asked for that? Give me some fantastical, like, you know, unrealistic looking, you know, glorified rendition of it. Unrealistic like Aerith? Yes. I want my fantasy games to give me a version of reality that is not real. You know, I want to experience things that you can't experience in real life. A fucking middle-aged looking white dude is not what I want to see for, like, a god. Like, prime example. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Trying to find a good resolution. God of War. Bro, everything is so low res. Why? Jeez. I'm trying to find a good picture to compare, just to show you the difference. Like, it's noticeable. Alright, this is a good enough example. I don't want to spend much more time on it. But yeah, here, just look at the difference in the characters, man. Look at the like, what is that? She looks like a fucking meth addict, trailer trash, white woman. This is supposed to be the queen of the gods. And then you have Athena from, you know, God of War 2. Like, that looks like a woman. This looks like a fucking meth addict. There is a concerted effort at Sony to uglify the characters and make them grounded in reality. Nobody wants to look at this as a god. Like, Freya, traditionally, this is what's crazy about Freya. This is how she's typically, you know, depicted. Look at that. Quite a difference, huh? Wow, dude. Like, yeah. She was supposed to be a beautiful goddess with, like, you know, it's either red or blonde hair, depending on which, I don't know, version. But yeah, she's supposed to be, like, this beautiful, you know, angelic, basically, you know, goddess. So they swapped like this to that. The vibe of Athena is still there. Like, she looks like a beautiful woman, but she also has, like, the aesthetic of, like, you know, a god still. So, I don't know, man. I don't like that aspect about it. And then, like, prime example, how does Odin typically look? Like this. Like, bro, that shit looks badass. And then you go to this. Like, bro, come on. Like, this is not a god. This is like some random fucking old guy. It's just lazy. It feels so boring and lazy. Well, I don't count Marvel. This is more of like the historic depiction of what, you know, European people perceived Odin to look like. This is like, you know, the historical ideation of him. I don't consider Marvel to be real. MCU Odin looks better. Well, yeah, I mean, pretty much all versions of Odin look better. But it's just, it feels really lazy to me. They completely ditched the cool, like, over-the-top designs. Like, I don't know, it didn't hit. Yeah, Thor's wife is boring, though. Like, who cares about Thor's wife? That's like a minor Norse mythology character at best. You don't even fight her. I type in Thor's wife, and it's all Chris Hemsworth. Okay. God of War. There we go. Yeah, I mean, she looks fine, but her daughter doesn't. So yeah, I mean, that's fine, but again, it's not really anything over the top. It's just a tattooed woman. I don't know. I just wish they would have kept the, like, over-the-top, you know, exaggerated aesthetic. Like, you know, God of War 1, 2, and 3, and Ascension, and I guess the PSP games have, like, that sense of grandeur and exaggeration to the environmental design and the enemy design that, like, pulls on, like, the motifs from that era and mythology, but makes it more, you know, exciting to look at. This is just boring as fuck. This is boring as fuck. Yeah, the base character model, I guess, is attractive, but again, really nothing going on here. You would never know this is a goddess. You'd be like, alright, that's a woman. Like, this at least looks like what could be perceived as, like, a goddess. She's covered in gold jewelry on her face. You know, normal people wouldn't look that way, but look at that, bro. Like, I would say that Athena and Freya are pretty much interchangeable in terms of their roles within the new and the old games. They're like the main female side character. So. But, I don't know. I just think the new designs suck. They made it more grounded in reality, which I think is the complete opposite of what a God of War game should be. It should be over the top, like just exposition and, you know, cool visuals and, you know, I don't know. It's a different series almost. Well, pretty much entirely different series. Just the name's the same. Oh, did I come this year? Shit. It's my fault. I know. I did like the new God of Wars at first, but I've kind of soured on them. 2018 I don't think is bad still. I think that one's fine. I don't think it's one of the better games, but it's definitely better than Ragnarok. Ragnarok is terrible. I genuinely dislike that game. You never even get to experience Ragnarok. It's just literally an off-screen event that they're like, oh yeah, it's happening, but we're not going to show it. Athena didn't do any fighting? Yeah, well, Freya doesn't really do much fighting either. It's just in cutscenes. And she brings Kratos to his knees. Bow to your queen. That's got to be top 10 corniest moments in game. Jeez. I think, honestly, the only Sony movie game that had a better sequel is supposedly Horizon now. I personally will not be playing to confirm that, but that's what I've heard, is apparently the second one's a lot better than the first. Did I miss anything over there? I don't think so. No, I did not like Horizon. I've tried to play it 3 times. I cannot get into it. I guess there is nothing over here. Yeah. I think it's like the Avatar of gaming effect. People liked it because the graphics were so good. I think that was the main draw for people. It's like, you know, the Avatar movie. Nobody watched it because it was a good movie. They watched it because of the fucking CGI and stuff. So, I think it's another instance of that where people just went for the visual fidelity. Which, you know, does have mass appeal. But yeah, I heard the second game's significantly better than the first. Well, yeah, they tried with the Horizon Lego game, which I think bombed, so shocking. They want that to be their next big IP. But that's also because it's Herman Hulst, you know. It's his brainchild, so he wants it to succeed. Huh, I wonder where I'm supposed to go. Nah, but I'll probably be the only person with a PS5 Pro who does not have GTA 5. So if you ask me, that's even more based. Alright, I don't know what I'm missing. Yeah, I just have zero interest in Rockstar games. I think they're the single most overrated developer in this industry. Bar none. Like... I just do not get the hype at all. Nah, Kojima doesn't have, like, the obsessive, I would say, normie appeal that GTA does. Yeah, Kojima games are pretty niche for the most part, comparably speaking. I guess I missed that ladder. Let's see, Tim Marco with the 279, the Shire theme is almost tearjerker. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings soundtrack is really well done. Like, it's very, very well done. You can make that case about Witcher 3. Now, in the case of the entire trilogy of Final Fantasy VII Remake, that's yet to be seen, but yeah, Witcher 3 is a better standalone game because it's a complete experience. See what this does first. Okay, so it's Tetris. Well, at least it doesn't make you get it perfect. No. So this one I know will have to go. Yeah, it'll go in there. I think like this. Maybe not. Is there any pieces back here I'm missing? The only other thing I can think of is maybe... Shit. I wish this would be faster to move. I mean, at least it's an actual puzzle, unlike, you know, the new God of War games where it's like, try moving the stone! Father, the stone! Move the stone, Father! Father! Father, up there! Look, the stone! Try turning the stone, Father! That shit's irritating. It's like, shut up, kid.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Bro, I really wish I could see. That's probably the biggest annoyance in this game is the camera. But, you know, for a PS2 game, it's forgivable. Okay, so maybe that. See, that's the problem with that one. Am I good at puzzles? I guess it depends. If I actually try, kind of. I don't play a lot of puzzle games in general. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. You have your Switch 2 now? Nice, man. Did you get it from the recent Target release or Walmart? Hooray! Walmart, there was more. Wait, one more on the. Oh, nice. You got it in store. That's really lucky. Congrats, man. My favorite sequences. Oh, there's nothing over there. It's lame. When Synths said he jerked off with a line. Wait, what? Dog, what are you talking about? Well, dude, we know he's jerked off the anime. He talks about food all the time. Rogue mod? What do they do? I'm trying to navigate this incredibly intense parkour section, bro. There we go. Yeah, somebody got banned or whatever. Just some ban was a rogue decision. Raging Golden Eagle? I've never heard of him. If I have to guess, Griffin jerked off with Miranda. Oh, that bitch from iCarly. Feet pics? Yeah, dude, definitely. I've always been into feet. Definitely, man. How did you know? Oh, whoa. Griff's girl is... I have a girl? Nice. When did that happen? guess I can't drop. Dude, the camera just almost fucked me so hard. He fucked me with a toothbrush. No, I don't think it's working. How does fuck? Damn, bro, I always get lost backtracking. I always get lost backtracking. Dude, South Park has always been anti-Trump. They've only ever made fun of Trump when it comes to politics for like the past, I don't know, decade plus. So, they've always been anti-Trump. I guess I just have to go back this way. They went so hard on him because they tried to tank the Paramount merger. That's why. They were pissed off with Paramount, so they were trying to get him sued. But yeah, they're probably massive, you know, California leftists in reality, so. They've probably been brain rotted by Hollywood. Many such cases. This is where it said I needed to go. Dude, I don't know. I'm lost as fuck. I'm so bad at backtracking now. Check on your friends? What do you mean? I don't know where that place is that I put the, oh, here we go. There we go.
Think I can make it, dude?
So where do you get the red necklace? I'm tempted. Yeah, no. No! Oh shit, I gotta go all the way back. I thought for sure putting it in the statue would have been a checkpoint. Oh shit. I already streamed Uncharted 3 recently. I don't really like Uncharted that much aside from 3, to be completely honest. Like, I don't like Uncharted 1. I don't think it's a very good game. But, Uncharted 2 I'm kind of neutral on, but 3 I liked, which is the one I streamed recently. After I played Indian Jones in the Great Circle. See if there's anything over here. There wasn't, but double check. Nope. Lost Legacy I didn't like. Oh shit! Fuck, dude, I'm still in fucking Donkey Kong mode. I just hit fucking circle to jump. God damn. Jeez. Alright, well, I guess I don't need to go in there, so that just saved me time, technically. I'm gonna see if I can climb that rope. That's my only guess. No, dude, that wasn't a DSP moment. Oh, God. So you have to push the box all the way over here. Do they, like, come up intermittently, or is it just all at once that you're dead? Okay, so yeah, you have to do it in one go. Got it. That's what I wanted to find out. Isn't Spyro 4 technically already a thing? Nope. I didn't die at first. Alright. Let's see. We can grab it. I'll get it. I just gotta figure out the, like, timing. Oh, shit. Close. Close, but no cigar, dude. Shit. I love how Trump and now Vance are both going after Microsoft specifically for firing all the Americans and hiring a bunch of Indians. Yeah! Let's fucking go! At last! Kickboxer, I get it, dude. Oh, absolutely, bro. It's not even a competition. Trump's gotten more done in 6 months than most presidents do in 8 fucking years, so... Man's on a mission. Alright. We done. Let's put this shit on. Alright. Oh, fuck. Couldn't have just made it easy, huh? Always playing with you. Oh, cutscene time.
The path before Kratos was clear, but still, the memories came rushing back. As familiar and
okay, Griff, explain why is Trump on the list if it's just because he went on the plane. That's already known, bro. There's already a list that's published. So, yeah, all the known context of that scene.
With the will to murder. No one was safe. Entire armies.
But Trump never went to the island.
And the soldiers who followed him on his unending path of conquest.
So that's already known. He never went to the island.
Those who
but yeah,
resistance of any
he went on his plane, which most people did in that, you know, world. So, the plane's not the problem, it's the island. But yeah, that's already been known for, you know, ever. Yeah, and Bill Gates went like 47 times or something like that.
Was ruthless, so. Feared throughout the world for their brutality. All that mattered was conquest in the name of Kratos, their great leader, who had become near invincible. He feared nothing.
Dude, if they actually had some shit like that on him, do you really think that wouldn't have come out over the past 4 years? Like, honestly.
All his instincts told him he should never cross its threshold. Never step
They tried to lock him up over $120,000 of misclassified expenses. Like, they tried to fucking bankrupt him over a loan that he took out and paid back with no issue. Like, if they really had some shit like that, you don't think they would have gone fucking, digging? I just don't think Trump cares about it, and he's sick of people fucking talking about it, honestly. Like, he's trying to do shit that actually will have a real impact on people. And you have, like, this, you know, niche corner of the base that's, like, obsessed with it. And people who, you know, he thought were loyal turning on him over something so retarded, which is stupid. It's the typical right-winger mentality that keeps the right wing from ever winning anything. It's like, oh, I like 99% of what something's doing, but the 1% is what I'm gonna fucking, you know, spurg out over. I'll give up the 99% of what I like because I can't get all 100%. I mean, the easy counter to that is, bro, is why did Biden not release the files for 4 years? They've been sitting there. Why is it all of a sudden an issue that Trump's in office? None of these people gave a shit when Biden had, you know, the power to do so. Why all of a sudden? It's just TDS in a different form. It's TDS in another form. Trying to protect Trump? Yeah, that's why I tried to have him shot, right? I don't know. I don't think that tracks, bro. I don't think that tracks. Oh, did y'all see the thing where Candace Owens is getting sued? Thank God, bro. Hopefully they bankrupt her ass. I genuinely cannot fucking stand that bitch. Oh, God. No! I don't even know what I need to do after I jump across. Oh, step on the button. Oh, shit. Is it because she's black? Well, not just that. She's just one of those, you know, conservative grifter types. And I use massive air quotes around conservative because, you know, she's not. She's a fucking shit-lib retard who grifts the right wing because she's a semi-attractive black woman, dude. Oh my god, I need to be validated by a minority on my political beliefs so I know I'm not racist. She appeals to fucking self-hating white boomers who, you know, refuse to, you know, be labeled as racist, dude, because they value opinions from minority women. But, yeah. Not a fan. What? Oh, do you have to drag the statue? Okay, you have to drag the statue over first. I thought it was going to be like that other one where you pull both and then it opens it permanently, but I guess not. Yeah, I gotta side with my homeland, bro. You know, I got family from France, so... Baguette bros stick together. What can I say? Even though I'm like probably maybe like 10 to 20% French, if even that. I don't exactly know what percentage. I'm primarily British and German, within some French on my mom's side. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much Francais I am. What the fuck is that combo? What do you mean? British, German, and then some French? That's called white. The fuck? That's called being white. Okay. No! Fuck me, dude. And I'm gonna have to go drag that statue over again. Shit. You all already know platforming's not my strong suit, so I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear a word from you. I'm not half French. I'm like maybe a 20% mix of French, if even that. It's only like a small portion of my mom's side of the family that's French. So, the bulk of my dad's side is German with some British, and then the majority of my mom's side is British. So, when all's said and done, I'm probably mostly British and German, probably have equal parts each. And then, like, part French. But if you know anything about Britain, the French took it over in, you know, the 1100s. So, technically, you know, a lot of British people are also French. No! Bro, are you fucking kidding me? I was clear of that shit! God damn it! Holy fuck, man. This better have a nice-ass reward inside. That's all I can say. This is AIDS. What? Come on. I hate platforming, dude. I really fucking do. I really fucking hate platforming. Did you guys hear that they're upping the citizenship test, too? Apparently they're going to make it way harder now. So that's another good thing. Bro! No! Are you fucking kidding me? I still had momentum from my jump and it pushed me off the fucking edge. God damn it. Oh my god, dude. I landed like right on that slant and the momentum from the jump like just tipped me off like barely. Shit. I know, I wish I had the dark side of his face. Or I wish I could just rotate the camera a little bit. lolcow podcast for this gaming. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Alright, dude, we gotta...
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Alright, I almost did it. Oh, fuck, dude, I can't. I genuinely fucking can't. I can't do it. I hate platforming, man.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
You can't use the camera angle. There is no way to angle the camera. All I can say is there better be a damn good reward in here, dude. There better be something absolutely phenomenal. Yo, do you know what I should do? Once I get to the other side, I should save. Wow, I'm retarded. Well, if I can get to the other side, that is. A big if. I'm just gonna take it slow. Alright, don't do it to me. Come on. Alright, there we go. Now, it's time to save. Save! Shit. Alright, now the statue is there. I just have to get a perfect run. Let's see. So, Saul Goodman with the 2 months. The Final Fantasy VII games are a 10 out of 10. Lightning greater than Cloud. I mean, as a protagonist, I guess, because Lightning's a woman, so yeah. That would make me gay if I said otherwise, right? And Ricardo Comstock's at the 10. Appreciate it, man. Ever since I saw that subtle foreshadowing old lady doing the Pepsi Mentos thing with the echo on your stream, I've been watching the video once a day. Makes me laugh every time. Little piece of sunshine. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Ricardo. Yeah, I love that video, too. The editing is great. But I really appreciate it, man. And Majora Jeff with the 5. Hey, Griffin, can you make sure no one brings up my mother's death in my purse? Well, no, I can't because... So, if you don't want people to bring stuff like that up, just don't talk about it. And don't react if they do. That's rule number 1 on the internet. Don't talk about anything you don't want being talked about. So, no, I can't prevent people from doing that. So, just don't mention it, and don't talk about your personal life, and then that way, it will never get brought up. But yeah, I can't do that. If you share something on the internet, then, you know, that's like fair game at that point. So, my advice would be is just don't share anything you don't want being talked about, and even if it does get talked about, just act like it doesn't exist. You can block the person in the chat, and then you don't have to see the messages anymore. And then you're good, so... I mean, ideally, I don't think anybody's gonna bring it up because, you know, it'd be kind of, you know, just shitty. But it is the internet, man, so if you share something like that, unfortunately, it will be used against you. It's alright, I have my save. Is a statue over there? No. No. Alright, so how do you load? Can you not? I guess you have to quit. Alright, it did work. So we have method now. Shit. Nope. Fuck. Alright, so quit. Get it eventually. We'll get it eventually, man. A reason Nintendo's better than Sony besides more games, I want to know. I mean, that's really all that matters at the end of the day. I mean, if you prefer a portable device, too, that's definitely a perk Nintendo has. Wait, what? Hold on. That doesn't even let you open it? Are you shitting me? I did all that for nothing? Maybe you have to unlock it from this side. I don't know, I have my save. I'm gonna lose my fucking marbles. Oh, are you supposed to drop the block on it? Oh, never mind. I see now. Once I get to a stopping point, I guess we'll do videos. Because we're running out of time. I got places to be tomorrow morning. I have no idea if Rich is paying for the holidays. I hope not for his sake. That'd be pretty shitty. There we go. Okay, so I guess maybe you have to run over here and then step on it and then it unlocks. I don't think there's another statue to push down. Yo, what the fuck? Where did he come from? Oh, no, fuck. Alright, here we go. Ready, guys? Platforming part 2. No! God damn it. God fucking damn it. Shit. I can't, man. Okay, that was a checkpoint. That was a checkpoint. Thank God. Oh. No! Dude, I'm so platforming challenged. Especially on that return jump. Like, that's really hard because of the camera angle. It messes with my depth perception. Going forward's not as bad, because you can see all the platforms easier. You have a better idea of, like, the trajectory of your jump. Okay. Made that one. We're gonna save again. Oh my god. Please.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit.
I'm gonna break my controller. Oh my god, dude. This is brutal. It's brutal. And watch this be just like for some shitty ass reward. Like, it's not even gonna be worth it. It's gonna be like some red chest or something. I don't know. Maybe this is where you're supposed to go, but I don't fucking know, dude. Either way, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. You guys believe me now when I say I don't play platformers? My shadow was over the fucking block! No! Oh my god. Come on, dude. My shadow was over the fucking block. God. Shit. I must practice platforming with yellow text. He goes, vroom, vroom. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Fluffle Nugget with the 50. Really appreciate it, man. So very kind of you. I don't know if he already left, but you, Benny, Avong, Jay, RIP to both of our mothers from Georgia. Well, that's nice of you, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why people are talking shit about people's dead parents. That's, like, just scummy as fuck. Like, you're basically bottom of the barrel. You know. I don't know. That's, like, subhuman behavior, I feel like. Personally. So is it just impossible? Or
You shut the fuck up! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Maybe you have to push this one in the hole. Too slow. Try one more time, I guess. Jeez, man. It's brutal. Because I don't think you can jump over the saws. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. I heard a stat that if you took 10 million Indians and put them in each country, there would still be enough left that you could put the rest on the moon and blow it up. There'd be 10 million in each country. Yo. Frightening statistics, man. Truly frightening statistics there. I think the worst one is you have a 1 in 3 chance of being born into India. Alright, let me just see if the checkpoint is actually my most recent save. I think it is. It's just we can't see it. Yeah, it is. Alright. It is. Just can't see in the distance. Fuck. Dude, I can't. I can't! Yeah, being born in the U.S. is a, you know, lottery-winning experience in life. Truly. Yeah, Nintendo doesn't like to get into romance stuff with their characters, so it's not really their concern. Alright, I think that's a wash. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's definitely a wash. Stupid fucking rope. I should move it, maybe, although that'd take a lot of work. Dude, just go look at the T-App hack. You'll find my ID. That shit's crazy, man. 75,000 people doxed in the blink of an eye because they stored all the personal info in a public bucket. Like scans of people's IDs and everything. Which is wild. Alright, there's got to be something I'm missing. What is this area called? I don't know. There's got to be something. That was a perfect fucking run. God of War 3 puzzle. I don't want God of War 3. Stop the music. Jeez. Oh, dude, there's got to be something I'm missing. I've got to be able to just roll through. That's my only guess, because the amount of time it takes to push that thing. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is I need to move the crane onto the button, push the statue down here, and then just run across. I think I had the right idea the first time. There was this app for women, Ricardo, called the T app. And what happened is they have to upload a picture of themselves or a picture of their ID into the app in order to prove that they're a woman so they can shit-talk men with other women. And what happened is they stored all the pictures of the IDs and location information and user info in, like, this public storage, like, solution. And somebody got into it and doxed all the women because they had copies of their IDs and addresses and pictures and everything. And they made, like, this interactive map where you can go into your area and see what these bitches look like, where they live, and what they were saying. So it was on 4chan earlier today, I think, is where it got posted. But yeah, the app was literally made shit talk men. That was the whole point of it. So it's kind of ironic. Alright, we got it now. But what I am going to check is over here and see if this is like a progression path. Alright, this lay epic music and stuff. Alright, so that's just where I need to go. Shit, okay. Alright, well I got that trophy. The lay epic music, yeah. Alright, fingers crossed I make it. I'm gonna take my sweet time. Oh, it was trying to sabotage the run. Alright, save. Okay. We got it now. Alright, after I get through the store, we'll do a video and stuff. Or I guess once I get to the nearest save point. Hallelujah! My platforming nightmare is over. There we go. Oh, man. I'm free. Alright, now we just need to find a save point. Up over there. Ask and you shall receive. Save. Zeus Mount. I'm making sure this shit fucking saves. Alright. There we go. Gonna climb that mountain? Oh yeah. Every end, I mean foot of it. Let's see. Major Jeff with a 3. Appreciate it, man. Not in love with that dog, but I appreciate the shekels. And Fluffaluggy with a 5. If there's true justice, these hogs will eat themselves to death. I know. They're gonna be just miserable old hags, so it's the fate they've chosen for
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Alright, here we go. Alright, we'll start off with this, I guess.
Today we have...
Let me get my other headphones. Ricardo's wild hair, dude.
The subject I know for a fact
Oh, Ricardo comes with the 2. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the gay pair.
most of you don't care about. We're going to discuss the infantilization of family-friendly video games, or as my livestream chat likes to call them, baby games. At first, this was going to be a Donkey Kong Bonanza review, but, well, as I played it, I realized the game is so incredibly bland that there's no way I could make a vaguely interesting video about it. And it doesn't really seem like many people actually care about the game because they're still pretty pissed at Nintendo for single-handedly driving up the price of video games to $80, and of course the Switch to itself.
That shit was coming whether Nintendo did it or not.
Being overpriced, and Donkey Kong Bonanza honestly just didn't even really look that interesting outside of the punching through walls gimmick, which many other games have done by now, and arguably better than this game.
But what games? I can't think of any games that have that gimmick. Like, I can think of maybe Red Faction, but that doesn't have, like, a destructible environment. It has destructible, like, buildings and stuff. But what game has, like, that same kind of gimmick to it? I don't know. I can't think of any. Dig Dug? I guess. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair, man. And then also Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. So there's an app called T, but why would they upload their actual IDs? I don't understand. Because it was supposed to be an app for women only to basically talk about toxic men. So basically it was a women's app designed to dox men. on the internet that you had to prove that you were a woman in order to get access to. So people were taking pictures of their IDs in order to get access to the app so that they could go on there and dox a bunch of men and talk shit about them to other women. But what happened is because the storage of the app was so shitty, all of their information, photos, pictures of their IDs, and everything got leaked. So it had the reverse effect. All the people who uploaded their IDs in order to gain access to the app to prove that they were women, in order to dox a bunch of guys, ended up getting doxed themselves. So it's like the ultimate Uno Reverso. So, yeah. Women, 0, men, infinity, dude. We always come out on top, boys. Major Jeff with the 2. What's this? Alright, we can take a look at this. Sure.
And as you probably noticed if you watch my channel over the years, when I review mid games, those are usually the least interesting videos. So instead, let's just talk about the death of baby games in general. I don't know if this is yet another sign of the impending idiocracy, or arguably we're already there, but I'm sure all of you have noticed how hand-holdy video games have become over time, whether it's this newest yellow paint phenomenon, or the fact that every single game has to have an at least hour-long tutorial before it lets you play the game. But honestly, I feel like DK Bonanza is a new level of stupid that really feels condescending. Now, you could argue a lot of its problems are the same exact problems that Super Mario Odyssey had, and as you might know, I despise Super Mario Odyssey. I think it is the worst 3D Mario game by a significant margin. I know a lot of people like to hate on Super Mario Sunshine for being unpolished, but at least it's a challenging game and has fun, unique mechanics. The only interesting thing about Odyssey was Cappy, and taking over enemies was just so bland and one note. Wasn't really used in any truly interesting way. It was purely surface level. And the reason I bring this up is because if you imagine the Cappy mechanic and then just applied it to all of DK Bonanza, you essentially have the game, because punching through walls at first is pretty fun. Destroying the environment in video games is always pretty cool. Red Faction Guerrilla is a great underrated game I reviewed. I think Deep Rock Galactic is a super fun co-op game where the
Yeah, I think Deep Rock Galactic looks cool, but you know, co-op
really adds to the shooting experience. Tear Down was a pretty fun indie game where you had to be creative about how you destroy the environment to pull off a heist as fast as possible. But DK Bonanza just doesn't feel like it does anything with the mechanic. Instead, this feels like a game for, well, babies, and only babies. If things like Spyro, Crash Bandicoot,
I guess I need to whip out the diapers, man.
Super Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, those are all considered baby games by my edgelord audience. This would be a fetus game. This is truly one of the most brain-dead games I've ever played, to the point where I was losing brain cells in real time, which led to some, well, kind of hilarious retard moments for me. Because this entire game is just punching through stuff. And it has a...
Which I love, personally. I don't know. Like, after a long day of staring at a fucking Excel sheet, you know, it's just nice to be able to turn off your brain and punch through shit as a big angry monkey. I don't know. I loved this game, personally.
Same problem Super Mario Odyssey has, where the main collectible of the game feels utterly meaningless. You get one of these...
I don't agree with that at all, because the upgrades are actually pretty good.
Bananas every 5 fucking minutes. It's actually unreal. In many cases, it's less than 5 minutes. It's often just 1 minute between each major collectible. Now, of course, the difference in this game compared to Odyssey is that every 5 bananas you collect, you get a skill point. Yes, there's a fucking skill tree in DK Bonanza. Nintendo has truly fallen. This has got to be one of the most creatively bankrupt games that they've ever made. But that aside, the skill tree is mostly pointless. Very few of these...
Not the elephant skill tree. That shit gets busted later on.
Upgrades feel meaningful on any level except getting more health or slightly upgrading one of your transformations abilities. A lot of the main skill tree's abilities are...
The elephant gets absolutely busted if you upgrade it. Like, it's a crazy OP, which is fun. You can clear out, like, a whole area in, like, 30 seconds. Galen Wadsworth with the 2. The women on that app were fugly as heck, too. Oh, yeah, of course. Because only fat women are unhappy with men. That's just the reality. Like, most attractive women have good experiences with men because the men that they also are into want them. But a bunch of fat, ugly women, you know, nobody wants them except low-tier men, which, you know, shocking, is not what they're searching for. Because, dude, they're a teen. Obviously. Griffin only got fat, ugly bitches. I don't get any bitches, bro. Fat or attractive. It's just me, myself, and I. And I guess my dog, too. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 2. Banana sounds like Wakanda. Yup, it does. You know, Wakanda forever. Even if Akon failed, DK can carry the torch.
Made completely obsolete by the transformations. And the Big Kong and the Elephant were really the only ones that enhance that core destroy the world experience. The Zebra just kind of runs fast, and not even like Sonic fast. It's only like 50% faster than DK feels like. And the Ostrich flies, which completely breaks the already non-existent platforming experience. Yes, I know I said I wouldn't review this game, but I just had to get a little bit of my rage out right there. Really, the true problem here is that this game is just incredibly bland and repetitive because it has no challenge at all. Now, I know some of you who don't really play this genre will say, what are you talking about? All these games are brain dead easy. That is not true at all. Super Mario Sunshine is notoriously difficult at certain points. Yes, that's arguably because of jank reasons like the pachinko machine, but basically every level that took away FLUDD challenged your basic platforming fundamentals. Now, I will say, Sunshine's controls are not the best. They're definitely not as smooth as some of the other 3D Marios. But for me, at least, it was a pretty refreshing change of pace. It was some much-needed gameplay variety. But I'm not here to sell you on Super Mario Sunshine. A lot of people have decided they just don't like the game that much for various reasons, and I think that's fine. And you can definitely make the argument Donkey Kong is not a Mario game, even if it's made by the Mario Odyssey team. But to me, it feels like it was clearly meant to be Super Mario Odyssey 2 in some ways. My problem is people are not really looking at this realistically. I don't think so-called baby games are even made for children anymore. They feel like they're made for, well, man-children. But you could certainly consider...
Well, yeah. I mean, most kids grow up on Fortnite now, not mascot platformers.
For me, one of those, because I still love this genre to this day. The thing is, there's clearly been a change in philosophy at some point at Nintendo. Again, the conspiracy theorist in me says this is to prepare for the global IQ decreasing, so every fucking game has to show you how to put the square peg in the square hole repeatedly at that.
I don't really agree with that, though, because there's a lot of stuff that's hidden in this game. Like, if you want to do all the collectibles and stuff, like, there's actually some that do require, like, a little creative thinking, and then also the challenge stages at the end of the game. you know, they're not anything insane, but, you know, they're slightly more challenging, I would say, than the hardest stuff you do in the main campaign, so the end game content does kind of make up for it.
Up a few other obvious examples of this happening in other Nintendo games. We of course have the last several Pokemon generations, starting with X and Y, Mega Evolutions.
Yeah, I agree. Pokemon is too easy. Like, the fact that you can catch legendaries with normal Pokeballs now is fucking crazy.
For basically a free win button from the moment.
Dude, I remember having to sit there and, like, toss 400 Ultra Balls at, like, one Pokemon, having to reset, like, 1,000 times trying to get it to, like, actually catch. That was part of the fun of Pokemon, is doing that, which they completely took out. You know, the legendary catching experience is way too easy nowadays.
That you obtained your first one in the campaign. You're basically unstoppable. You could one-shot everything. Sun and Moon had what felt like hours of cutscenes. They were hand-holding you throughout that fucking game for, like, no reason at all.
Yeah, when I say you can... I know you can always catch them in Pokeballs. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm saying, like, it's actually a viable option to just toss a normal Pokeball at a legendary now. Like, I'm pretty sure I caught my Or, no, not my Palkia, because that was the shiny. But, what game was it? Sword and Shield, I think. I tossed a normal Pokeball and caught the legendary. Like, that's disgusting, bro. That's disgusting. You should not be able to do that.
Compare this to Red and Blue, where you could actually do certain gyms out of order, and while it wasn't exactly an open sandbox, you still had to figure out where you were supposed to go and what you were supposed to do. Did any children complain about that growing up? And of course, Scarlet and Violet, ignoring the fact that it's kind of a buggy...
They did, and that's why the Pokemon guides were so profitable. So, that's an aspect that I think a lot of people overlook back in the day, is games were purposely ambiguous because then they could sell the guides. The guides were a huge moneymaker for the industry back in the day. Like, you know, you would buy, like, the Nintendo Power magazine with the guide for whatever game you were looking for. You would go and buy, like, the Brady strategy guide. Then they would have, like, the collector's edition strategy guide with the hardcover. And, bro, I remember those used to get pushed hard back in the day. Whenever you'd pick up a new Pokemon game, the sales associate would give you, like, a discount or, like, bundle it. So, I don't know. That was, like, a whole nother, like, aspect of the gaming industry that was, like, alternative monetization. So I think a lot of games... Also, they were purposely ambiguous because, you know, obviously you couldn't fit a shit ton of content in them. Especially in the case of the early Pokemon games, so you had to make them, you know, ambiguous, so you'd have to, you know, spend time trying to figure it out. But, yeah. I managed to beat all the original Pokemon games as a kid, but, yeah, I think the only guide I ever bought was for Black and White, because if you bought both games at GameStop, you get, like, a huge discount or something. I think that's what it was.
I can't afford
And Fluffle Nugget with a 2, it would take 1K Master Balls to capture a Ricardo. That's right.
I can't afford this shit!
Exactly, bro. Oh, and Ricardo comes with the 2. One single
Alright,
Master
awesome.
Ball
Thanks, nigga. Alright.
would blow my ass out. Whoa. Damn, man. Brutal. I'm raging bored with the 5. I remember the hours grinding legendary, save the game before the fight, throwing my 99 Ultra Ball. Exactly. That entire experience has been lost. That entire experience has been absolutely destroyed, and it's heartbreaking, honestly. I miss that part of Pokemon games. So.
I can't afford this shit!
I just remember, like, saving in Leaf Green in front of Mewtwo, and it took me probably, like, 20 hours to catch that damn thing.
An optimized piece of shit that looks worse than a PS2 game.
Or the worst scenario is when you got to a legendary and you didn't have enough balls. So you had to, like, try and catch it with, like, 15 or something.
Also insultingly easy. Another good example, and a long-anticipated sequel for me anyway, that I was disappointed with a couple years ago, was Pikmin 4. The dog was the worst idea they ever had. It completely removed the micromanagement aspect of the game of having to actually control your small army and make sure they don't get fucking instantly squished or drowned or choke on poison gas, set on fire, etc., etc. No, everyone just jumps on the dog, and then the dog charges into the big monster, and then they all jump and bash the fucking thing at once, and you kill everything in a matter of seconds. I was so looking forward to the return of dungeons, because Pikmin 2 is my favorite Pikmin. I know a lot of people like 1, I just feel like there isn't enough to it.
I've never played Pikmin.
2 really fleshed out the core gameplay, the addition of treasures, the removal of the time limits. It made it so that the game could be made more challenging because since you had no time limit, you had unlimited time to make more Pikmin. So the dungeons could afford to just kill 50 dudes in 1 second if you fuck up. Pikmin 4 is not a bad game by any stretch. It had a lot of content, and the true challenge came from the time management mini games where you tried to figure out the most efficient way to grab all the treasures in a certain amount of time, but I honestly didn't care for any of that stuff. I liked the dungeon crawling. I honestly kind of regret not reviewing the game, but it was just one of those experiences where it sucks the life out of you, and at the end of it, you kind of just feel nothing, and it's hard to make a video when you're mostly apathetic toward the game, and
I have all the Pikmin games.
Things considered, it was fine by today's standards. Just not
What the fuck? Why is there this in there?
Not impressive at all. Which again, Pikmin 2 is one of my
What the fuck was that?
my favorite games of all time, so definitely a huge downgrade. What is even the point of playing these games anymore? What makes them fun?
Was that from the
I know I've been the type
Barbie
of guy
movie?
who says that hard doesn't equal good, but if there's no challenge at all, like not even the slightest bit, then the game's boring. And giving out
Enough, I
free
guess,
cheat
I don't
codes
know.
because some people just can't fucking get good is an embarrassment. It's not like games are even a fraction as hard as they were in the NES days. On my incredibly lazy podcast I do with my brother, we've been slowly making our way through.
Yo, is that the Star of David on the floor?
through all of the supposed greatest games of all time. And yeah, obviously some of those NES games are hard as hell, but the games I grew up with managed to find a happy medium. Yes, you could argue Spyro is a little bit too easy for most people.
Spyro's brain dead easy. There's only a few jumps in that game that are even slightly hard.
That's fine, but you're not going to find anyone who makes that claim about Crash Bandicoot 1. And yet there's plenty of kids who beat Crash Bandicoot back in the day, and none of them bitch about it years later, except, you know, maybe to point out a few super hard levels, like those bridges, for example, always felt a little unfair. I just find it incredibly insulting that people just say, oh, well, these games are made for kids, of course they're super easy. There's kids who can beat your ass in Call of Duty or Fortnite right now. Why are we pretending that children are all awful at video games? And again, we had no problem beating a lot of these games as kids as well. Nobody was asking for them to be so brain dead easy. That's why my mind goes to these conspiracy theories. Whether or not they're true doesn't matter, but whatever the excuse...
Well, the thing that's changed is attention spans. That's the thing. It's not the kids couldn't beat them, it's that it has to hold their attention. And nowadays, where every kid is given an iPad at birth, basically, and they have all the distractions in the world at their fingertips, you have to have, you know, a game that will hold their attention, but's not, like, gonna take them 100 attempts. Like, the average ADHD child is not gonna want to play a game like Dark Souls. They're not gonna want to play a game like a classic, like Donkey Kong Country or something.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You know, they don't get the immediate dopamine hit that they're used to from birth. So it's more of an attention span problem and not so much, you know, a get good problem. It's that children literally just do not have attention spans anymore because their parents destroy their brains from a young age.
It's bullshit. They're just making the games worse in the search of the broadest audience possible. This is Nintendo we're talking about. Their games already appeal to basically everybody. So what do they stand to gain from this? Nothing. They only stand to lose. And to touch on another topic that I'm sure many of you were expecting me to cover in detail in this video, yes, part of infantilization is removing all edge from older cartoon-style characters. I don't have to name 1,000 examples here, but I think pretty much everyone has noticed that the subtle differences between the 90s rare DK versus the modern Seth Rogen, harmless, big buffoon DK, and I don't think anybody likes this change. It's obvious that there is a concerted effort to remove any and all rough edges from the old Attitude era of cartoon mascots. I mean, if you take a game like Gex 3, which is clearly supposed to be for all ages, the entire plot of that game is Gex trying to rescue a kidnapped Playboy bunny model, and after every single level, there's a cutscene where he basically says he wants to fuck her. I'm not even joking, dude.
My big, strong Gexy has done it again. Love those bulging biceps.
These biceps are just the beginning, my fair maiden. Speaking of bulging... Did I just say that out loud?
Yep, I'm afraid you did.
Penis.
Bad boy.
That's probably the most extreme example, but, you know, you could name a bunch of other characters, like Sonic or Crash Bandicoot. If we move into the 2000s, I think Jack from Jak and Daxter is a really good example, starting with the second game. And a character like Vex absolutely could not even be made today because of how ridiculous it is that it was basically just edgy Super Mario 64. And speaking of Mario, I would even argue Mario had at least the tiniest bit of seriousness to his character in the past, and now he's just full-blown soy boy. I mean, he literally says wowie zowie. But this video...
Wowie Zowie's based. They'll never get me to hate Wowie Zowie. That is probably the the best Mario, like, I guess, what would you say, catchphrase or what? I don't know. I like Wowie Zowie a lot. Wowie Zowie is a W in my mind. Let's see. Raymond with the 2 Black Panther ranking cars here. If we have time. I don't really know why we want to watch that, but we'll see how we're doing on time. Major Jeff with the 2. You don't have enough balls, Griffin. I know. Let's just say I came up a little bit short in that department. And what I do have is not much. Sad but true. I definitely am not packing Ultra Balls. Regnier with the 5, played Scarlet on the Switch 2, and it was okay, not as bad as Sun, but not something I'd want again. Shield had a good mix of open and linear section. Yeah, the old linear sections of Pokemon, I love. I love the old Pokemon design where it's like everything is so meaningful and purposely put in place. I just don't think open world works well with Pokemon. Genuinely. You know? Like, in theory, it'd be cool, but... yeah. I just don't think it translates well. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Barbie and Oppenheimer. Barbenheimer. Read it up, dudes. Oh my god, dude. I fucking love that shit. Yeah, so heckin' wholesome, bro. What was the recent movie they tried to do that shit with? Gladiator and something else. I forgot. But, yeah, it didn't work out. Let's see. Regnier with the 2. Also, I enjoyed the Let's Go games. Best art. Yeah, I love Let's Go, other than the catching mechanic. That's my one complaint with Let's Go. I hate the motion catching, but aside from that, I think it's pretty solid. Like, that to me is what Pokemon should look like and play like, other than the catching. But yeah, best art style, best world design. I think that was the winning formula, and they did not stick to it. And Majora Jeff with the 5. I bet when you play a game and you see rotating platforms, you have this voice in your head saying, "Not this." Pretty much, man. Yeah, no, platformers and I do not get along. I've never been a big 3D platformer fan. They never really appealed to me too much as a kid. And Ricardo Cumsox with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Symphony of the Night is a legit work of art. Moving art, one of the best games of all time. New Bloodstains coming up. Literally the only game I'm looking forward to. The first one was amazing. You know, in honor of that, because of your wonderful, generous donation. Give me a second. Where is it? We'll pull it up.
Happy Halloween, everybody, and ready for my hand with these. I think it was you. La la la, press the any button. The any button. Woo! Attack, backstep, jump. Use a conjure shard, use directional shard, and manipulative shard. The fuck's a shard? I don't know. Blood red. Music's pretty loud. La 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 la. Happy Halloween to you. Ho, 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 ho. Bloodstained. What is this music? Oh my god.
Bruh. Alright, one more time.
La 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 la. Happy Halloween to you. Ho, 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 ho. Bloodstained. What is this music?
Alright, one more time.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Blood red. Music's pretty loud. La 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 la. Happy Halloween to you. Ho, 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 ho. Bloodstained. What is this music? Oh my god.
Alright, there we go. I try not to play that too often, so it still maintains the impact. But that's like one of those like almost addictive videos. I don't know. That's like probably one of DSP's top 5 moments in my opinion. You know, that shit's solid gold. Majora Jeff with the 5. What do you think is Phil's worst playthrough? Donkey Kong Bonanza or Kirby Forgotten? I haven't watched like his full Kirby one, but as long as he finishes Donkey Kong Bonanza, then Kirby is still worse. Because he rage quit Kirby and said it's literally Dark Souls, so as long as he finishes Bonanza, then Kirby remains the worst by far. Yeah, he was hitting those notes pretty well for an amateur like shit. You know, he could have missed his calling. Yeah, Ricardo Comstocks with the 2 DSP is a living work of art. A precious angel, that's right. Absolutely, man. His angelic voice can serenade you into serenity. Ragnar with the 5.
All right,
I think
awesome.
if
Thanks,
Pokemon
nigga. All right.
wants to do open world, they should just do main story is linear and then open up. Yeah, like a Safari Zone or something like that. Yeah, I agree. Scarlet just felt so meaningless. Yeah, the environment looked boring. I hated that you could do everything out of order. You know, he had these 3 storylines, which all of them were equally bad. It's just, it felt like a mess. It's like they took a bunch of random shit, threw it together, and said, here it is. Here's your open world slot, boys. So, it didn't also help with the fact that it's one of the worst Pokemon generations design-wise, too, if not the worst.
Video was mainly about gameplay, not aesthetics. That's probably worth its own video. But yes, obviously I noticed it. No, I'm not a fan. Moving on. Alright, let's get back to DK Bonanza for a little while. As I've touched on, the collectibles feel basically meaningless, and there's a hell of a lot of them, which is going to remind some of you of Donkey Kong 64, arguably the worst 3D platformer that Rare ever made back in the day, and I would say probably the worst collectathon to 100% I've ever personally done in my life. Now, as I said before, the collectibles in this game don't feel nearly as necessary to actually pick up, because bananas are basically completely optional if you're good enough. Not that this game is that challenging to begin with, so you can just gun your way to the next story objective, and the game gives you free bananas as you go anyway. The banana coins are just used to purchase more bananas, and the fossils are used to purchase clothing, which give you buffs. And that's as much detail as I'm going to go into that. When you're not just mindlessly punching through terrain, there is a small amount of platforming in this game. And given that this is a 3D platformer, you would expect the platforming to be a major focus of the level design, and it probably is for about half of the layers, we'll say. But ironically, the parts of this game that feature the most real platforming are often the worst parts of the game because of the transformations. The ostrich and later the snake completely trivialize any challenge that there could have been from platforming. The snake lets you high jump and slow down time, and the ostrich just lets you glide over massive gaps. And this takes no skill at all. And if you're thinking like, well, the transformation is limited, actually, no, not really. The way you fuel the transformation is by collecting gold, and I'd say about 95% of the time, you're going to collect enough gold during the transformation to immediately transform again afterward. And even if you don't...
Yep. And if you get the gold tie, it makes it even easier.
There's an item in the game that lets you transform without having the gold meter full. This is a true fetus game, trust me. And I could excuse some of this if there was any challenge in the game, but there isn't, man. Even when it comes to easy games, there are levels of easy. You have to understand, there has to be at least the illusion of challenge for a game to be engaging. You can argue the Spyro games are very easy. You're probably only going to die maybe a handful of times, but there's still the illusion of death because of all the gaps you have to glide over. In DK Bonanza, there's a balloon mechanic that saves you from dying from falling off cliffs.
Well, doesn't every Donkey Kong game have the balloon mechanic, or is that just recent ones?
And you can hold up to 10 of them. Another huge problem I have with the hand holding is the lack of any true exploration. There's not really any sense of discovery because this game literally has waypoints every 5 fucking minutes. You always know where to go, even though the sandbox isn't even that big. You're gonna figure it out on your own easily. Another thing that annoyed me over time, and I know some people are just gonna say, oh, you could have turned it off in options, is the fact that every time you're near something you can interact with, the button prompt on screen shows. And I don't mean like press A to talk. That's fairly normal. I mean like every time you stand near one of these void co things, you gotta sing with Pauline, it says, oh, hold L down to sing every time. It's like, I know how to do this. I've done it 100 times already. And again, that completely brain-dead gameplay loop is the type of...
Let's see. Majority Jeff with the 5. Do you actually take him seriously? His opinions are so weird. I would say... I mean, the thing is, I don't have to agree with somebody to watch their video, so, yeah. I don't mind listening to people who don't like the same stuff as me, as long as they have a valid complaint, I guess. But, I don't know. Personally, a game being too easy doesn't really bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. Like, if I know it's a turn off your brain and just have fun type of game, that's fine. I don't need a challenge from every game I play. You know, just the fun factor is good enough for me. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. In an alternate universe, Uncle H display Oh wait, displays all degenerate, alien forms of art, filth, and opposite tent. It's all of DSP's works. Yeah, dude. If Uncle H was still alive, he would be DSP's biggest whale. 100%. He would definitely be a member of the Vest Club or whatever DSP calls his group of fans. 2023 Perfect Dark of the 5. The person who wrote that the new Mario line... Wait, that new Mario line and people who say it needs to face the wall with a 12 gauge pressed against their brain cannot stand that word. What, Wowie Zowie? I like Wowie Zowie, personally. I mean, I don't really think it's that different than Wahoo or, you know, whatever. Here we go. So I don't mind Wowie Zowie. Ragnar with the 2. I'm fine with Donkey Kong being easy. It's just a lot of fun. Yeah, I agree, man. Like, it's just a fun game to play. I genuinely enjoy the time I spend with it, which to me is the most important thing.
The thing that truly would only be compelling to young children. But what are young children actually playing? They're playing Fortnite. A lot of them play Grand Theft Auto or Call of Duty. Yep. And even if they are playing age-appropriate games, it's more likely things like Minecraft or Roblox. The Switch 2 is definitely in the tier of luxury console at this point. Even if you can get it at MSRP, that's what, $500? I had to pay over $600 for mine. There's no fucking kids buying this shit and playing Donkey Kong. Why is Nintendo designing these games exclusively for small children? Now, of course, there's always going to be the argument that this is not for you, which is a lie, given that, again, I love 3D platformers. I mean, for all 5 of you who watch the best part of my best and worst games of each year videos, there's a 3D platform in the top 5 every single year. My top 2 games of last year were Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom, an indie 3D platformer, and Astrobot. So yes, these games are for me. I love this genre, and yeah, I think DK Bonanza is incredibly mediocre, repetitive, and bland. I'm basically a baby game expert at this point. I've played almost every major 3D platformer and plenty of decently obscure ones. Well, again, you know, the answer is obvious because games are not made for all ages anymore, for the most part. You could definitely argue something like Fortnite is for everyone. Now, me personally, I got sick of Battle Royales probably about 2 years after they got popular, and even then, I didn't play them that much. I probably only put 100 hours into Warzone at most, and barely touched PUBG or Fortnite.
I never played Battle Royale. I have yet to this day play a single match of Warzone. I have played like 4 games of Fortnite because I was paid to play it after I initially did. And I have never played PUBG. I think I played 2 games of Apex Legends, and that's my extent with Battle Royale. I don't fucking like Battle Royale at all.
But I digress. The point of what I'm saying is, at a certain point, obviously, all of the huge corporations realize the main demographic for video games is 18 to 34, so the vast majority of games are rated M for mature. But there used to be a lot of effort put into these kid-friendly games. I mean, I still remember the mascot era pretty fondly, and there was a point in the early 2000s, at least with PlayStation, where it felt like their mascots were aging with their audience. I mean, with the PS1, we went from Spyro and Crash Bandicoot, to then PS2, we had Ratchet & Clank and Jak and Daxter, basically going from kids to teens, right? Now it feels like these kids games either don't exist at all or are moving backward. And I'm not going to sit here and wank off Astrobot or anything, because I do think the gameplay of that game is a bit lacking, to say the least. But if you compare Astrobot to DK Bonanza, at least Astro did have some engaging things going for it. There were a decent amount of gimmicks in that game that at least somewhat enhanced the very simplistic core gameplay loop. There's even cases where a series gets easier as it goes on, but still maintains enough challenge to feel fair and engaging, usually by adding more mechanics. A great example of this is Crash 1 to Crash 2. Crash 2 is much easier than Crash 1, but it's undoubtedly the better game by a mile. And the main reason that Crash 2 is easier is because they added sliding and a high jump you can do immediately afterward. That one move not only makes the platforming feel a lot more precise, but also opens up the opportunity for having a lot more creative level design. And speaking of level design, there's no goddamn level design in DK Bonanza. It's these mini sandboxes. Thank God they're not giant empty sandboxes for the most part, so slightly better than what I usually deal with when I review mediocre modern games. But even these mini sandboxes, they just feel so flat. There's like no verticality outside of you can dig underground to find some secrets, but...
Nah, I do think there's definitely verticality. A lot of the different, you know, zones have verticality. Like, the one he's on right now, I mean, that one does have verticality, but that's probably the worst example of, like, a flat, you know, area. The beach one. That or the, which one was it? Why can I not think of it? It was like a desert one. I don't remember the number, but yeah. Ricardo Comstocks of the 2, Griffin on Chug Kit. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just don't know when I do it.
Digging through the earth is not level design because you're creating the level, which is just a straight line with no challenges and no enemies. Turning into a big monkey and just punching your way through the earth to get from point A to point B gets boring after 2 to 3 hours.
I don't know. It didn't get boring to me.
Can't fucking stand this absolute onslaught of lazy-ass giant empty sandboxes in modern video games, man. I know people used to bitch all the time about, like, corridor shooters in the PS3 era, and don't get me wrong, those do suck. But I think in most cases, having a giant empty...
See, I like corridor shooters, so... I don't know. Different taste. I love corridor shooters. Give me more corridor shooters.
Sandbox is just objectively worse than having a well-crafted level. I mean, if you imagine any level from Mario 64 and compare that to pretty much any level from Mario Odyssey, I guarantee you can picture that Super Mario 64 level almost perfectly in your memory, whereas the Odyssey one is just a blur. Why? Because Mario 64 has much tighter level design. It's just that simple. And it's even worse in DK Bonanza, obviously, for the reasons I already said. I can remember the level themes, but despite just playing these levels, I don't remember anything specific because the platforming doesn't fucking matter. The bananas don't matter either. This is truly one of those games where you could probably just skip almost everything optional and just bum rush your way to the end. And the only challenge you might face is if you didn't upgrade health, because I think all of your other basic abilities could probably easily carry you through this game. The game has a hell of a lot of boss fights, and almost every single one is solved by just punching the thing. And I'm not even saying, like, you have to memorize the boss's attack patterns and then punch. I mean, you run directly up to him and fucking punch him till he dies. But to get back on track here with the point of this video, my only question is...
I mean, that's pretty much every 3D platformer boss, though, with a few exceptions. Like Mario, for example, those boss fights are piss easy. Like, Mario boss fights are literally just jump on its head 3 times. So, I don't really know. That's not really super surprising that Donkey Kong, made by a Mario development team, is just as simple when it comes to bosses.
Is like, who are these games for? Because again, they're not for children. I don't think there's any parents who are buying their kids a Switch 2, at least probably not until Christmas, where it has some decent games, because I don't hear, like, any buzz about Donkey Kong Bonanza outside of course, critics giving it a score it doesn't deserve because they suck off every major corporation. I mean, again, Switch 2 sold out almost immediately by the man-baby Disney adult Nintendo audience. So parents are going to have to pay a premium to get this shit just for 2 games, one of which being arguably the worst Mario Kart game in over 20 years. And while, yeah, I'll admit...
Yeah, I strongly disagree with that.
If I had this game as a kid, I'd probably like it, but what does that matter? I mean, obviously, kids have lower standards for games, but I'm happy that I grew up with a lot of games that game developers truly cared about making a good experience for people of all ages. Now, of course, I realize I'm talking to my audience, who most of which probably wouldn't touch these games as a grown-ass man. Me, I have pretty broad taste. One day I can play Postal 2 and start gunning down civilians, pissing on them, burning them alive, and then an hour later I play Gex 3 and have a great time. I get it, this is more a video for me than it is for any of you guys, let's be real. But I can't help but lament, like, how Nintendo has slowly fallen over time. I know basically every game studio has fallen and billions must die. But there's something about Nintendo, I just feel like they've been slipping and slipping and slipping, and you just hope that they'll recover, because you can see that at least some of their games still have a decent amount of soul, you know? I'm one of those people who really did like Breath of the Wild. I've said it a bunch of times. And even Tears of the Kingdom, although it was basically just a copy-paste job.
Yeah, I do not like Breath of the Wild at all. I tried so hard to fucking like that game. I tried so hard, bro. 30 hours I put in. I got to the second to last boss. The one right before Ganon, and I just couldn't play it anymore. I got so fucking sick of my weapons breaking and just traversing this massive empty world, doing the same repetitive shrines over and over and over again. I don't know.
With really shitty Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts style mechanics, it was still a decent game. Probably should have just been like an expansion instead of a full experience, but I had fun playing it. Donkey Kong, I can't say I really had fun after like 3 hours in. It was just alright. But yeah, I guess originally I wanted to talk about a bunch of different baby games here, but let's be real, you know, this is definitely the worst example in a long time. Nintendo has clearly just stopped giving a fuck at this point. They know their shit is gonna sell anyway, at least to the Disney adult audience. And yes, some people are gonna say, well, you bought it. It's like, yeah, I'm a video game reviewer. I'm gonna make money off this video. And again, as I've implied in this video, none of you should buy a Switch 2 at all. It's not worth it on any level. I wish that it was. I don't want Nintendo to go to shit. And I can only hope that Metroid Prime 4 and Kirby Air Riders are good, because those are the only Switch 2 games I'm looking forward to. I just fear this game is a sign of things to come. That even the few, like, family-friendly video games that come out anymore have to be dumbed down as much as humanly possible.
Nah, I'm not a Zelda fan at all. Zelda's not my thing. I didn't really like it as a kid. Never really played them either. But, yeah, no, Zelda's never really appealed to me. I've been told I'd probably like Twilight Princess, but I don't know. I've only ever played it for like maybe an hour at most, and I really don't remember it.
Because our future generations are getting dumber and dumber for reasons I can't say on YouTube, or people say naughty words about me, that I'm a bad person. But again, definitely not implying anything.
Well, our children are no longer our children, if you catch what I mean.
Thing that I'm not allowed to say, of course. I just want games to be fun, man. But as it turns out, making a fun game is difficult even for some of the most legendary studios in the industry these days. So yeah, Nintendo, you've disappointed me yet again, even though my expectations were pretty low this time. At the end of the day, DK Bonanza is not a bad game, but it's completely mediocre and unremarkable, so there's no reason you should play it. That's about it. See you next time, guys.
Twilight Princess is more edgy. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I like this game, personally. I think there is a definite need for just fun first experiences. I don't think every game needs to be ultra challenging. I think there is a market for games that are just, you know, fun. Like, you turn on your Switch, you play it for like 30 minutes, and you stop, and you've had a great time for all 30 of those minutes. But, you know, people's tastes differ. People love their fucking Souls clones. I'm not really, you know, huge on them. So, I'm kind of at the point in life where I don't fucking want a challenge in every aspect of life, bro. Life is hard enough. I don't need to fucking hate the fact that I'm playing a video game. Like, I don't want to log off of a 10-hour day staring at a fucking Excel spreadsheet and shit. You know, go to the gym, walk my dog, and then come back and then fucking sweat it out on a video game. Like, I just want to, like, you know, have fun and not really worry too much about how difficult it is, or not feeling like I'm making any progress or anything like that. So, I think there's a market for games like Donkey Kong Bonanza. Alright, let's see. Majora Jeff with the 2. What was this? Alright, do you want to do... Actually, we'll do your other video first, since it's in relation to Donkey Kong still. So, then we'll do that one.
Cannon, yes. Shortcut. What just happened?
He sank in the cum lake. Synthetic Man said there's no challenge. DSP would beg to differ.
Here's Phil to tell you more.
I was just gonna say, I thought that I'd seen some stuff through the walls over here. What in the heck just happened? How did I fall through the ground? What just, I was literally going straight to get a banana. I fell through the ground. How the hell did...
Regner with the 2, I just play everything on easy or normal nowadays. Yeah, same here. I used to put it on hard and stuff to get, like, the achievements and everything, but I just don't care anymore. You know, life is too short to hate the game you're playing just so you can say, well, I beat it on this difficulty, so I actually play it. It's like, I don't know. If I'm not having fun with a game, I just don't want to play it at this point. And a challenge does not equal fun to me, at least at this stage in life.
Does that happen? Why don't I ever interact with Kick Chat? I always do. I always interact with Kick Chat as long as it's someone who's being positive and not a complete dick. I interact with everyone. Doesn't even matter if you contribute or not. How do I break these guys? Oh, what the heck? What do I do? They're all covered in metal. I legitimately don't know what to do.
Hit the ground.
How do I stop them? They're covered in metal. Anticoid. Oh, I'm sliding.
Oh, God.
That was fast. Oh no! Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Bruh, brutal.
This is, see what I mean? This is not worth losing all this gold over. It's just an annoying challenge. It's not worth, it's never been in the game before.
You need a challenge, though? I don't agree with that. Why do I need a challenge? Like, what does a challenge provide? Like, I don't get a sense of accomplishment from playing games anymore. Like, I don't feel like I've achieved anything in a game if I play it. So, my sense of accomplishment is non-existent in gaming nowadays. So, I don't know. I guess if you still have that when you play a game where you feel like you accomplished something and you feel good about it, like, I could see that, but for me personally, it's gone. There's a zero, like, sense of achievement or accomplishment from me playing a game nowadays. I don't know.
So you don't know how to control an ice yet. It's not worth all this gold I'm losing to do. It's kind of a lame challenge. Red hot rotations. That's exactly what I wanted, except it rotated, so now I can't get it.
That just means you're not a real gamer? Well, I used to have it. It's just vanished over time. You know, I think it has to do with growing up and stuff. You know, once you have other shit to worry about, the last thing you want to worry about is whether or not you can beat a game.
Is that what I wanted? Oh, I can't now just...
Yeah, that's how I got with Souls games, too. It's like, I used to be like, oh, yeah, dude, I fucking beat that shit. That was awesome. Now it's like, oh, great, I never have to do that again. Thank God. Like, that's more of my feeling nowadays with games. It's like, not that I'm happy that I completed it. It's, I'm happy I never have to do it again. So, yeah, it's like a relief that I don't ever have to do that shit again versus enjoying the fact that I, you know, suffered and finally overcame the challenge. Ricardo Cumsox with the 10. You need at some level a challenge, something to strive towards, something to unravel. What you're saying is now I don't need a book with a climax or conclusion. Oh, I don't know if that's like an equivalency I would draw. So, like, prime example, you could have a game with a great story but piss easy combat. Like, let's say Mass Effect, for example. Like, is Mass Effect really enhanced by the fact that the third-person shooter combat is, like, insanely difficult on Insanity mode? Or is it still the same story and overall experience, regardless of how many shots it takes to kill an enemy? So, do you see what I'm saying? It's like, the difficulty aspect of the game just,
don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
I feel like you can still get the same experience and probably end up enjoying it more if you're not, like, constantly having to redo stuff and struggle. I can't afford this shit! So I wouldn't really equate difficulty to, like, a story or overall experience. It's more so just an aspect of it. I don't know. Ragnar with the 2, is the RoboCop DLC worth it? Yeah, I would pick it up. If you have the base game, you can get it at a discount. So, at least on Steam you can. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It's like, I think 8 hours long, so just about as long as the main campaign of the base game. I think it's a lot better because you don't have those shitty, you know, robot enemies that take like 800 shots to kill. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good. Well worth.
Can't go up. Great. I'm gonna guess it's below us here. Sure looks like it. It's gotta be here. What the? That was it, and then they hit me and threw me off. That's it right there.
It didn't hit you.
I got cheated. Okay.
He got cheated. Bro, no, you hit the lava.
What the? He fell by himself.
He fell by himself.
I was literally just holding right, ready to drop, and he did it by himself. I don't know what they expected me to do there. Anticoid times 6. What was I supposed to do?
You're supposed to throw the snow on the lava.
Hurry!
Oh my god.
Get off, DK.
This may be the worst challenge they've done. There's no...
Bro, come on. This may be the worst challenge. It's literally just throw snow on the lava. Oh my god.
No indication whatsoever of what to do at all. I don't even know what happened. He started running.
What the fuck? Bro,
I didn't do that. I guess we...
Hold on. We gotta get a replay on that. What the fuck happened there?
I don't even know what happened. He started running. I didn't do that. I guess...
Oh my god. He just started running? I didn't do that. No, you did do that.
I don't even know what happened. He started running. I didn't do that.
Oh my god.
I guess when you light on fire, you run automatically. I didn't know that. It runs out. He does run. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this without taking damage. It's impossible.
Roll jump.
This is ridiculous. How the fuck do you do this?
You gotta do them in order.
Why is it so hard? Out of nowhere, there's a challenge with a mechanic you've never done before. It takes 500 gold away every attempt, or is it not doing that? I guess it's not taking the 500 gold away. It's so...
Jesus Christ, man. Oh my...
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up! This
is a work of art, man. It's just like... For someone who claims to be the king of retro... Like... Come on, bro. You've never played a game where you throw ice on lava? I know for a fact he's played games to do that. He's played Minecraft. Pour the water on the lava, run across. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. The actual gameplay of Mass Effect can be completely divorced from its story. You can set the game to hard and story is the same. For any gratifying experience, though, in general, you need impediments on the way. Alright, so look at it this way. Is a power fantasy first-person shooter like Call of Duty enhanced or hindered by insane difficulty? So do you think it would be more fun to have the power fantasy in like a COD campaign where you're just killing 30 guys every minute, running through the level, shooting everything in sight? Or is it more fun to sit behind cover, peek out for 2 seconds at a time, maybe pick off an enemy once every 30 seconds, and die in 2 to 3 shots? And have to retry the game over and over and over again because you keep dying constantly. So I don't always agree with the fact that, you know, you need some sort of challenge. I think there are some experiences that are meant to just be like that quick, you know, easy but fun and fulfilling experience where instead of a challenge, you're getting that power fantasy fulfillment from it. So, I don't know. I guess it really just depends on the game, but personally, difficulty has never given me any sort of satisfaction from playing a game. The only reason I ever played things on higher difficulties is for achievements, which is what gave me the satisfaction, not the actual act of beating the game. Power fantasy is boring. I mean, that's fine. You don't have to like it, but, you know, some of my favorite games are power fantasy games. Some of my favorite games are power fantasy.
So ridiculous. It's so hard. What? It knocked it out of my hands.
What is he doing? Oh my god.
How are you supposed to fucking do this? Yo, this is awful. Okay, maybe I have to ride on it. Let's try, instead of throwing it, riding on it like a platform. What just happened? And why am I suddenly losing coins again? Dude, what? This game has no polish at all. It's fucked up. What just happened? I died for no reason. I had hearts. I instantly died. And what is going on? What the fuck just happened now? Yo, this is terrible.
Oh my
god.
Bruh.
Why am I on fire?
Because you stepped in the lava.
I'm not trying.
See, this is why when y'all say that I'm DSP when I die in a game, like, I just don't buy it, bro. I don't fucking buy it. Because I'm not like, oh, what happened, dude? I didn't do anything wrong. Like, no, I don't fucking blame the game. Phil actually thinks that he's like this omnipotent fucking being who never misses an input, never does anything incorrectly. You know, the game should be catered around his every input from a development standpoint. Obviously, the developer should have anticipated what Phil would do in that exact moment when he gets to it. And if they don't anticipate it properly, then it's a bug gameplay mechanic, dude.
To do this, I just want to pick this guy up. Why is it so hard to control? Why was that so ridiculously hard? What the heck is this? Ice? What is this? Like gumdrops? I don't get it. What was the point of me doing this? Yes, I know I have to go over there, but I don't understand what this thing is that we just did.
I don't understand ice on lava.
I don't get it. What was the point of doing that, and what is that, and what are we doing? You see what I mean? Like, the game isn't getting better, it's just getting more confusing and kind of frustrating.
Oh my god. Bro, there's nothing like, some of the stuff maybe is slightly confusing, but most of it's pretty straightforward. Fluffle Nugget with the 2, you're not beating the gamer allegations. Dark side, Griff. Damn, bro. It's Jover.
Look, what am I supposed to...
It's absolutely Jover.
What are you doing? What is this? You didn't explain anything. But what am I doing? What is this dumb shit? I can't hit them or do anything. I can't interact with these at all. Like in any...
This DSP has some weird fucking thing in his head where he's like this professional gamer. Like, it's very odd. It's very, very odd.
Anyway, I can't pick them up. I can't do anything, so what are they? I'm just as confused as everybody else. It's not explaining a damn thing.
Yeah, DSP for the most part is pretty harmless. Like, his biggest thing in the past was, like, the lying and scamming of people. Like, he used to scam people out of money. He had a Kickstarter for, like, this series he never produced and spent the money on action figures and Uber Eats and liquor instead. You know, he lies to his audience about his, you know, financial status and stuff. Like, but for the most part, it's pretty harmless. Because, like, if you're giving DSP excess amounts of money, then you kind of deserve what's coming to you. But, yeah, for the most part, DSP is pretty harmless. He doesn't, like, actively hurt anybody. He kind of just stays in his own lane and is fun to laugh at. So...
I can't afford this shit!
He's a true lolcow in every sense of the word. But he's a pretty harmless one. Like, he's fun to laugh at, and he's entertaining to watch in an ironic manner. But yeah, he's not like an evil person, I don't think. Definitely money obsessed, that's for sure. But aren't we all? Ragnar with the 2 bought RoboCop DLC and pre-ordered Mafia. Yeah, I need to pre-order Mafia as well. I think that comes out in like a week or 2, right?
Gaming.
I think that comes out in like a week or 2.
Oh my god. Really? Wait, I just climbed this. But I have no idea what's going on with this game at this point.
He's like, the contributions aren't high enough for me to care.
To be honest, I don't think Nintendo knows what's going on either. Oh my lord. Oh my, dude, this is so stupid and not fun. God. It's not. You have a camera that doesn't follow you properly, so you can't see. You got mechanics where Donkey Kong automatically releases when you never want him to. Why would he have an auto release in the middle of...
I have never experienced that auto release.
Trying to platform up. Why would you ever want that, ever? Now he grabs, picks himself up, and drops straight down and misses. This is bad. It's really bad. It's not fun. He did it again. He grabs and he lifts himself up.
Just climb up the purple. Oh my god. Just climb up the purple surface.
But then he refuses to grab. He just drops as it rotates, and you have to do the whole thing over. You did not actually... They did not test this fucking mechanic at all. Or else they would know that's awful platforming. They should fix that. He should pull himself up automatically.
Yeah, they didn't test it at all, dude. They should have anticipated my above-average gaming skills.
To the platform he's holding onto, not pull himself up and then miss. That's completely stupid. Punch, drop, jump. There's no way to reach it.
Oh my god, you can climb the Like, bro, at this point in the game, he should know that you can climb the purple surfaces. You've had to do it multiple times throughout the game at this point. This is not something new.
There's no way to reach it. If I jump, I'm gonna fall and not make it. There should be a mechanic where you can just grab the edge you're at, so you can pull on top of this platform and then you can run and jump. No. Why is there no mechanic to do that? He's just gonna fall. Watch. Atrocious. What the hell were they thinking? Yes. Dude, it's 2025. This isn't on N64.
This is atrocious. This is absolutely fucking atrocious.
They couldn't figure out how to make the climbing work? Wow, they suck.
Dude, I'm convinced, like, DSP's perfect game would literally just be a YouTube walkthrough. Like, if he could get away with just watching other people's playthroughs of games while collecting super shekels, I 100% believe he would do that. I don't think he cares about gaming at all anymore. I don't think he enjoys it at all, which, to be fair, he plays all the modern slop releases, so, you know, fair point, but I think if he could just get away with watching other people's gameplay and commentating over it, he would absolutely do it.
You know what it is? Because this is modern game development. They don't have the brains or the ingenuity of the old school teams, so they try to do it and they just mess it up. Can't climb this.
I still love the fact that he's saying that when modern developers have literally been on record saying that they develop games for people like DSP. Like that God of War footage that they showed at GDC with him playing the game. And he was the poster child for how they develop games for the modern audience. Like, he is the modern audience, and he just doesn't realize it.
Oh, you can climb the purple? I had no idea you could climb the purple.
Wow, they suck. You know what it is? Because this is modern game development. They don't have the brains or the ingenuity of the old school teams, so they try to do it and they just mess it up.
Jump! What is he doing? You see what I mean about the controls? All I want to do is jump to the platform. He won't agree with me. He won't do what I tell him. He gets stuck.
Just wait.
Jump!
Oh my god!
And make it.
No! Dude, just wait for it to turn and then jump. Oh my god. You just wait until the fucking prongs line up. Holy shit. Dude, I don't play 3D platformers, and I did not struggle with this segment.
Oh, right through. Maybe I gotta stay on the mounds. Can you stop this? Climb, please. Yeah, I'm not sure how to figure this out. sure they're insinuating there's a way to figure this out. I just don't know what.
Yes, you look at the bottom.
If I look up,
You need a break.
there's platform. How are you supposed to know that? How would you know there's platforms you need to ride here?
12 seconds later.
I guess this is what I was supposed to be doing all along. That was our first contribution since I started playing Donkey Kong over 2 hours.
Oh my god, dude, it's just so funny.
Hours ago. So that's nice. I mean, we already hit the goal, and I appreciate that, but it is weird that I started playing this game and all of a sudden, 0 contributions. Like, okay. Someone said, who is this? Gone.
Yeah, you know, this is what's so funny, man. It's like, I had kind of low contributions, if we want to use that word, when I played Donkey Kong. But, you know, I wasn't out here like, oh my god, guys, make sure to donate.
ON says, I watched our speedrunner. It took 15 minutes to get where you are. They just avoided all collectibles. You're missing a lot.
I don't know. I just had fun playing the game, honestly.
A lot of the fun transformations because you're so focused on collecting. But that's the game. I didn't make the game. I'm just playing the game as it's presented to me. I'm doing the things that are in front of me to do, which is collecting. I'm about to get the 3rd transformation, or the 2nd transformation. Is it my fault it took me 12 hours when this is the game? Again, I understand what people are saying, but I didn't make the game. So go criticize the makers of the game and say, why'd you make your game a collectathon instead of like Super Mario Odyssey, right? I'm playing the game as presented. I'm doing the content. If it's not fun, I didn't make the game. Nintendo did. So why criticize the gamer for playing the content presented to them? Yes, take away 500 gold because I tried to do something. Don't actually reward creativity. Punish the player for attempting something.
Dude, it's so easy to get 500 gold in this game. It's not even difficult to get gold. Why is he freaking out over gold? Oh, I know why. Because,
Give me monies!
It's in his blood.
Something. Sounds like a good plan in game development in 2025. Huh? Barrel cannon, yes.
Oy vey, me shekels.
Shortcut. What just happened? Does that make any sense? I was transformed. You can run on any surface, instantly die. I just ran across that water. How did I die? I literally just ran across that water and didn't take damage, and now I took damage.
12 seconds later.
Oh, you take damage when you're on it. You can run on it, but you still take damage. Wait. Bruh. What's the point then? How am I supposed to traverse this area and get these
Oh my god, dude.
items if you take damage when you're running on it? Oh, zebra banana. Oh, I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't turn. I guess when you charge, you can't turn, which I didn't know. What the? Did they combo into each other and then just collapse the platform before I could even get there? What do you want me to do about that? How am I supposed to control that exactly?
Fuck this game, piece of fucking shit. Cocksucking motherfucker.
Alright, we'll watch this real quick, and then we have one more recommended video to do, and then we'll see. We're doing on time. I gotta get off at some point, so I got stuff to do this morning. That reminds me of DSP. Why is like every gamer on YouTube, like they all have the same like old brown couch?
All right, now let's see.
All right,
here. First
awesome.
and only time I
Thanks,
played
nigga.
this
All right.
was back in late 2007 on the Nintendo Wii, a version which I no longer own, but I still have a copy for the GameCube, the system it was originally developed for. Breath of the Wild wasn't the only Zelda game to see a release on a new console and the one preceding it. We have Twilight Princess, I think, for giving them the idea, most likely. Wind Waker's cartoony aesthetic put off a few Zelda fans back in the day. To go from a realistic setting, well, as realistic as you can get on the N64 anyway, to something that wouldn't be too out of place to Disney's Mulan was considered just a tad jarring. Now, I've already went into this in the last Zelda video, so I won't repeat myself too much here, but Jesus Christ, when the next Zelda game after Wind Waker was teased, a collective few blew their load all at once. It was a return to what older fans expected. Realistic backgrounds, anime-influenced character design with no cat eyes in sight. Not that this was the end of the Wind Waker art style, though. It was the basis for several other games. Four Swords Adventure on the GameCube, the Minish Cap on the Game Boy Advance, the two DS games, Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. This incarnation of Link still has its fans, no doubt, and I admire the design myself. But for the next console game, Nintendo wanted to go back.
Yeah, I like the aesthetic of Wind Waker, personally. I think that version of Link is good.
Back to what was guaranteed to work, and that was Ocarina of Time. Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess was unveiled in E3 of 2004 and released to the public in late 2006. I imagine that was a pretty agonizing wait. I'm a casual Zelda fan, yeah, not at all hardcore. So I was looking forward to when it came out, but I wasn't losing my mind waiting for it. I'm like a few friends of mine that were with me at the time. And I remember waiting in line at Walmart for 12 hours the day before the Wii was released, and amidst all the other people I asked that were waiting in line with me, what were you looking forward to the most? And they all had the same answer: Twilight Princess. As I mentioned, this is the first time a new console Zelda game saw release on 2 different platforms, given how much Nintendo wanted the Nintendo Wii to start strong with a new Zelda game. The biggest difference between the two was the control scheme and the accommodations that fit around them. On the GameCube, it was a standard setup, the kind you would expect. On the Wii, though, you could swing your sword by flicking the Wiimote left or right. It was a glorified button press, pretty much. But to better fit the default setup of the Wiimote nunchuck combo, Link was made right-handed. Not just by simply flipping the placement of the sword and shield, they flipped the whole fucking game. What's right on the GameCube is left on the Wii version, and I never understood this. Was it considered too arduous to program a right-handed Link? I figured mirroring the whole game was the most cost-effective, but why? Well, none of that really matters. I'm playing the HD remaster release for the Nintendo Wii U in 2016. It's largely based on the GameCube release, but Hero Mode, the harder difficulty, swaps the game just like the Wii version, so both bases are covered if you play one over the other. It also has amiibo support. Using any Zelda amiibo will give Link some extra helpful supplies only once a day. The Wolf Link amiibo package with the game unlocks the Cave of Shadows. Sounds intimidating, it's just a glorified gauntlet of baddies, so don't worry about missing out on this. Without further ado, let's get into The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Okay, I remember enjoying this one. Yeah, that's it. I remember liking it. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could look forward to revisiting it, but the only things that immediately came to mind was goat wrangling, sumo wrestling, the werehog, Midna, open fields, a shitload of bloom, and Ocarina of Time. South of Hyrule lies the Ordon Village, a peaceful little farm where the bees attack you, the plant life wants you dead, and the goddamn goats keep getting loose. It's here where our latest incarnation of Link resides as an honest living ranch hand, and after spending some time tending to the village, his residence is unexpectedly attacked by a gang of moofs that kidnap some of the village children and his sort of girlfriend Ilia. But before Link can give chase, he encounters this wall of shadow that forcefully drags him inside. Within this realm of darkness, Link suddenly finds himself transformed into this wolf-like beast, losing consciousness afterwards. When he comes to, he's greeted by this sinister-looking imp named Midna, who agrees to help Link with his little conundrum in exchange for his servitude.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've seen too much furry porn of that character.
With no real choice in the matter, Link agrees.
Against my will, of course, but yeah.
Thus, Midna guides Link through the underground sewers of Hyrule Castle, and soon meets with the one and only Princess Zelda. This game isn't taking very long to get all the important characters introduced, I'll give it that. Not missing a beat, Zelda explains the situation to the hero of Fur. One day, Hyrule Castle was unexpectedly taken under siege by Zant, self-proclaimed king of the Twilight Realm. With the help of his shadow beasts, it didn't take long for Zelda to surrender for the sake of protecting her people, so she's pretty much stuck here in house arrest, it looks like. With the power of the Twilight Realm at his disposal, Zant is looking to bring all of Hyrule under his rule of shadow, which Zelda and Midna want nothing of, Midna especially, as she harbors a deep hatred for Zant. So with an endgame in sight, Midna orders Link to help her find the Fused Shadows, ancient artifacts that when joined together form a destructive power that can help turn things in their favor. It's the Penance and Goddess Ores from previously, you should know how that works by now. But first Link has to get back to his human form and get rid of all this twilight enveloping the region. This is where the ancient spirits of Hyrule come into play, which were unfortunately shattered into these pieces of light that Link has to sniff out and locate first. But just after helping the first spirit, Link is transformed back into a human, and now rocking the classic outfit that's befitting for a hero such as himself. Then it's the familiar structure from this point. You head into the next area of Twilight, transform into the wolf, dig out some light, revive the spirit, head into the next dungeon, beat the boss, and retrieve the next piece of the Fused Shadow. And along the way, Link manages to rescue the kidnapped children, play some sumo wrestling with the Goron tribe, and introduces the content of the heater to the Frozen Zora tribe. But right after retrieving the final Fused Shadow, Zant, instead of greeting Link outside the last dungeon, says, lol, no, takes the Fused Shadows for himself, permanently changes Link into the wolf, and nearly kills Midna. So in this hour of desperation, Midna pleads Link to take her to Princess Zelda before she dies. She begs Zelda to help Link with his predicament, with the princess informing that to remove the curse, Link must travel to the Sacred Grove and unlock the power of the Master Sword, the blade that tips 20%. And with her final breaths, Midna also requests Zelda to help Link acquire the Mirror of Twilight. And maybe it's because Zelda wants nothing to do with that fetch quest that she sacrifices her soul to save Midna from the brink of death. So with Zelda gone, Link and Midna travel to the Sacred Grove to retrieve the Master Sword and head for the Gerudo Desert to locate the mirror. Good news is they found the right place. Bad news is the mirror was shattered into 4 pieces. In what's basically the second half of the game, the two travel across Hyrule in search of the missing pieces, snowboarding down some mountains, using a statue to bully some ants, and chatting it up with a fuck ton of cats. Story progression just kind of halts here, almost exactly how it did in Ocarina of Time. I know it won't be the last time I make that comparison, but bear with me for a moment. As soon as the last piece of the mirror is acquired,
so it suffers from the rule of 3, basically.
Midna is revealed to be the true Twilight Princess, subjected to this imp form thanks to Zant's dark power. Unfortunately for Zant, Midna is one hell of a determined character. Just look at that smile, I mean, sweet Jesus. And she swore vengeance. And with the power of the restored mirror, Midna transports herself and Link to the Palace of Twilight, where Zant has claimed ownership. Link faces off against the suddenly raging lunatic and manages to best him, but Zant doesn't take the loss very well and begs his god for assistance. That god is Ganondorf. I wasn't sure how to fit him in this plot summary. He's mentioned briefly before the start of the mirror quest, so you just know he's gonna be part of the finale some way. But until then, it's backstory.
Sick, dude.
Mostly irrelevant. Truth is, Ganondorf was sealed into the Twilight Realm long ago.
My former Smash main.
As punishment for his crimes in Ocarina of Time, the timeline where Link was sent back to as a kid. Ganondorf, however, still had the Triforce of Power at his disposal when he was banished, so using that, he made a pact with Zant before the start of the game to help bring the Twilight Realm into the Light Realm in hopes of conquering Hyrule. I guess Zant outlived his usefulness at this point, so Ganondorf takes matters into his own hands and heads back to Hyrule Castle to begin his conquest. But not before Midna pops Zant like a fucking balloon. I felt the need to mention that because holy shit, where did that come from? Using the power of the reclaimed Fused Shadows, Midna helps Link reach the tippy top of Hyrule Castle where Ganondorf awaits. One game of energy tennis later, and Zelda's restored to life, who helps Link weaken Ganondorf with the power of light arrows. And so it's come to this, a one-on-one confrontation between Link and Ganondorf, a duel of fates, destinies clashing face to face, the Triforce of Power versus the Triforce of Courage, and it'll take Link every bit of his soul to help defeat the king of the division. Bing boom slash bam, game over. Return of dumbass. Link saves the day and Midna is restored to her normal form. So we're all aware that she's going full frontal in the chest here, right? Those aren't clothes, that's her skin.
Yeah,
well, all's well that ends well. Midna returns as the rightful ruler of the Twilight Realm. Pieces
talk about a glow up.
Restored in Hyrule, Zelda reclaims her kingdom, and Link lives to toss a goat another day. Yep, that's Twilight Princess, and as before, a pretty standard story. Like in Majora's Mask, Link of all people is more of a side character in this adventure, as the story mainly centers around Midna and her quest to get her Twilight.
I do like the aesthetic of this game, though, generally speaking. I think it looks pretty good.
Run back from Zant. Link
they should go back to this art style.
It's just really here for the ride, so he gets his moments, but Midna is the one that gets any real development and is thus the most interesting character plot-wise.
What is the rule of 3? You don't just collect one item, you collect 3 of the same item in 3 different places. So if you need to unlock a door, it's not just, oh, find this key. It's, oh, find these 3 pieces of the key so you can progress. Or, oh, you need to find 3 cups or 3 fucking daggers. Or go activate 3 power terminals, or go, you know, defeat 3 bosses, and then yeah. You know, Bungie has that problem with Destiny. You do the same thing 3 times in all of the strikes, so, yeah.
He isn't thinking about poisoning my drink. She slowly transforms from an initially cold and snarky asshole with a huge vendetta against Zant to a not as cold snarky asshole with a huge vendetta against Zant. She originally thinks nothing of Hyrule's predicament and views Link as a means to an end, but she begins to warm up as the game progresses. I think nearly dying and being aided by the princess definitely helped there. The defrosting Ice Queen plot device is by no means unique, but I think it works fine for Zelda. Midna also doubles as the fairy companion of the sword, though if given the opportunity, I think she would actually eat Navi. She doesn't offer as much insight, but she's no less a total deadpan wise ass. One of my favorite exchanges is when she congratulates me for finding a spirit fragment, and that I only needed to burn someone's house down to get it. What a bitch, but I enjoy that about her. As far as everything else, it takes a box off of the list. These are elements we've seen plenty of times before in other games. The rascally kids, the sword of girlfriend, the Gorons, the Zoras, the Master Sword. It's all serviceable, and unfortunately I'm also including Ganondorf being the head villain this time. It's traditional, but to ultimately push aside one of the more interesting villains in the game for the sake of having another Link versus Ganondorf match is rather disappointing, but let me elaborate. I only found Zant captivating in any regard after he went totally bonkers. It's sort of out of nowhere, yeah, but damn, look at him go. Before then, I found him to be a pretty generic villain. No nonsense to be sure. The way he just greets Link immediately after he finishes collecting the last few Shadow Wishes is brilliant. But other than that, yeah, he's a bad guy. When he loses it towards the end, I wanted to see more of that, but that's when Ganondorf takes over and the rest plays out as you would expect it to. Again, serviceable, but ultimately anticlimactic. Now that wraps it up for the story. Let's talk about the game. So, did you like Ocarina of Time? I mean, that's the real time saver question there, and probably the most unoriginal, but it's true. Twilight Princess, for all intents and purposes, is like a Ocarina of Time with better graphics before we actually got an Ocarina of Time with better graphics. I guess I should start there. I don't think this game looks bad at all by no means, and the HD remaster does a great job increasing the resolution and all that. The problem is, what was considered realistic in the mid-2000s is rather dated by today's standards. The field design, the character models, I mean, what is this? What even is this? I've read that Twilight Princess was specifically catered to Western audiences during development. What was all the rage at this time but Lord of the Rings? This game reeks of Tolkien. A great way to give the game scope, but Christ, is this game visually muted. Okay,
yeah, no wonder why I like the art style.
It's not all bad. It's not like a more somber color palette can't work. It's just, after Wind Waker and Majora's Mask, it's like the developers' ink cartridges ran out and nobody volunteered to go to the Office Depot. The sheer overuse of the bloom effect also had a hand in washing the whole picture out. I swear, at times it looked like Link was physically made of bloom. But thankfully, this was toned down in the HD remaster. Wind Waker might have been considered too cutesy, but you'll never convince me that it doesn't look good even today. But I understand, Twilight Princess was cutting edge at the time, so it's only natural for it to age throughout the years. I still think it looks great, just not as great as I used to think. And I wish they went with a full-out orchestra in terms of sound design. They used one for the trailers of the game, which I'm sure is one of the reasons why they were so hype-inducing. They tried their best with synthetic instruments, goddammit, and it's fine. I think the soundtrack's better than Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker, if that means anything, though I still think there's a few too many atmospheric pieces for my liking. But considering what they were trying to emulate, I mean, besides this, I think it needed something more grandiose. And I'm sorry to all you fellow Zelda fans, you must be sick of hearing Twilight Princess being compared to Ocarina of Time. I can't help that, and it starts as soon as you boot the game up. Link and his trusty steed riding through the Hyrule Fields, come on, that's not even subtle. It's like, it's okay guys, we know we gave you a scare with Wind Waker, let's make up, right? Here's Link riding with opponent, though if you ask me, Link's awfully fucking close to the cliffside, can we inch a little further from the steep drop off, thank you. Now, I'm not gonna knock Twilight Princess too much because of the similarities. You guys know how much I fucking love A Link Between Worlds, and what is this game but another variation of A Link to the Past? I'd be a fucking hypocrite if I gave Twilight Princess shit because it was too similar to something. Of course, to say it's a complete copy of Ocarina of Time would still be a gross exaggeration, as Twilight Princess expands upon what works, and even takes a few traditional aspects and puts a unique spin on them. You may think I'm talking about the wolf transformation, but no, when you boil it down, the wolf is not that mechanically different than normal Link. He can attack enemies all the same, charge up a super attack for added damage and speed, dig up hearts and rupees like Link can do when he cuts grass or breaks pottery, scare the living shit out of Hyrule Town's residents, and use Midna to jump across segmented gaps and mountains. I wish I understood why I'm only limited to using Midna for certain jumping sequences. Like, I could jump up this mountainside no problem, but God forbid I try to leap up this ledge in a dungeon. No, I would say the biggest difference, or should I say exclusion, is the lack of a magic meter. Yeah, Link has no magic power in this game, period, so no fire and ice arrows, no Deku Leaf, which I already missed to be honest, and no goddess powers. He's more of a physical motherfucker this time around. He already wrangles goats and practices sumo wrestling, but he's well adept in combat too. He can actually run and swing a sword at the same time, unlike previously, and thanks to the hero shape, Link only gets better as he progresses with varying sword techniques. And he can attack enemies on horseback, which doesn't happen often, but it's cool to see in action. One of his newest tools is a fucking ball and chain. He just picks this up and swings it around like it's nothing. He's great with a bow and arrow. His boomerang generates gusts of wind for activating certain switches and pulling enemies towards him. It's a more practical version of Link, which to some may seem a little mundane, but he gets the job done and has his priorities straight. What's better than one hook shot? Fucking 2 hook shots. This man gets it and I fucking love him. Watch out! Here comes Skotula Man. Too bad the new spinner doesn't get nearly as much use as it should have, because this shit makes traveling so much fun. And this boss battle against Star Wars is a good time. But after you finish the dungeon you get in, it's sparsely needed except for a couple of optional treasures, and the 1 or 2 times this game reminds you that it's in your possession. It certainly would have been a fun way to travel through Hyrule, because as before, these fields are guarded.
I'm Key, you're a zoomer, bro.
Gargantuan, and not very interesting, save for the occasion I can use an item to get a couple of rupees or a piece of heart, which is nothing new. Overall, the voice being like that in Zelda.
In the future, kids will speak at 1.5x. I hope so. Let's see. So, where am I? Okay, Regnier with the 2 bought RoboCop DLC. Oh, wait, no, I read that. What? Yup, it's there twice again. Cringe. Well, either way, thanks again. And Ricardo Cumsocks with the 5. Listen, nobody move. Let's all keep a heads up for Italian Shylock. That's right. Oy vey, goy, give me your pound of flesh. You know, my second child's foreskin didn't satiate my hunger. And Ricardo Cumsocks.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Watch the Pepsi Mentos late. Okay, yeah, I'll see if I can find it. And then also Ricardo Cumsocks with the 5. No black or brown man should speak about Tolkien. Sorry, too brown. It's not yours, asshole. It's ours. It will never be yours. It's in our blood. Yeah, I mean, I would say that Lord of the Rings is like one of the examples of like the ultimate white fantasy. You know, that movie could never be made today, which is what's crazy. Hollywood is like so just mentally ill and anti-white, it could never be made. And let's see, HCM 101 with the 2. Midna is the reason I have a short stack fetish. The little fucking goblin thing? I don't know about that.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
That is kind of a little sus. Immature Jeff with the 5. Twilight Princess, what's planning to have a sequel, but they can't? That's a shame. I like the art style, personally. I think it's the best looking Zelda art style that I've seen, personally. Oh, this is the video? Okay, I'll play it.
You know, I found out the hard way the last time that I tried this.
Oh, not again!
And I haven't seen this done with any other sodas before. And I just don't think it's going to be as crazy.
Well, maybe once Twilight Princess comes out on the GameCube back compat, I'll play it. At least I'll try it out. I don't know if I'll play it all the way through, but we'll try it out.
Not again!
Wow.
Oh, not again!
Alright, we'll do it one more time. Oh, shit. Fuck. I hate autoplay.
You know,
fuck you, autoplay.
I found out the hard way the last time that I tried this.
Oh, not again!
And I haven't seen this done with any other sodas before. And I just don't think it's going to be as crazy.
Not again! Oh, not again!
There we go.
During Majora's Mask, I'm aware of this, but it's like, they made Hyrule feel even larger than Ocarina of Time, but didn't mix in the number of activities you can do in the field. Or at least I can warp across the world once I can do so. And opponent makes for a great way of getting back quickly when I don't feel like doing all that. So there's ways to mitigate it and not make the game feel overly long. Nevertheless, Twilight Princess will definitely take you a couple of sittings, and I honestly forgot how long this game was, but it's a good kind of long. For most of the adventure, I would say 75% of it. Most of your time will be spent inside dungeons, and they made a big time for Wind Waker, no doubt. They're also some of the longest dungeons in the series by far, but unlike Wind Waker, we've had to doing the same thing for a couple of instances. The dungeons in Twilight Princess are greatly varied and unique in their own ways. I usually like to start recording sessions when I'm about to begin a new dungeon, and after I defeat the boss and grab the heart container, my time afterwards is usually around an hour and a half to 2 hours, but remarkably, they didn't feel that long. These dungeons are beautifully balanced in objectives, pacing, and progression, whenever being too brain taxing. Do they all hit that mark? Of course not. I would say the low point is Lake Bed Temple. Not because this game's water temple and all that, but because I don't find it very interesting mechanically and visually, even if it is the place where I get my first hook shot. My high points would include the Goron Mines. It takes the classic iron boost for an anti-gravity spin, resulting in a cool way of traveling, despite the overabundance of... I also love the Temple of Time. When you get the Dominion Rod and take control of the statue, it's cathartic being able to destroy obstacles that previously gave you shit. Except for when I forget to move Link out of the way of the hammer swing. Ow, 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 ow. These are a great time. The apex of the standard dungeon formula, where you enter the dungeon, find item in said dungeon, use items to complete said dungeon, and use items to defeat said dungeon's boss. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, they always said, and Twilight Princess knows what works. Now, if only the same could be said for the journey towards these dungeons. Sometimes it's not so bad. You raid a goblin base here, ram a pig through a fence here, and snowboard down a mountain here. But for every one of those, there's always those 1 or 2 times where you just, okay, I'm gonna have to clear the hidden village of these goblins to rescue the old lady. But why do I have to talk with all these cats in the second visit to get to the next dungeon? There is no correlation to that whatsoever. Or how about this puzzle to get to the Master Sword? Until this video, I haven't played this game in a while, but I clearly remember whipping out the guy for this son of a bitch. I did it again for this run through because fuck it, I have shit to do. A lot of people are also quick to bring up the embedded tutorial. It takes about...
What was the most popular meme of 2005? I have no idea. Why would I know specifically what the most popular meme of 2005 was?
3 hours to get the Hyrule feel for the first time, assuming you're not skipping dialogue. I don't think it's on the same level as, say, Kingdom Hearts 2, but I can see where people are getting at. The goat wrangling, the basic combat shit, the fishing. It's all to make sure you understand how the game works, but I think it does its job too well. You can't skip any of it for repeated playthroughs. Well, at least you know Nintendo's just trying to have you back for the sake of having a good time. And Twilight Princess? It's a good time. With a few exceptions, Twilight Princess improves upon Ocarina of Time in a number of ways. Mechanically, there's no doubt I think this is a superior game. It has better combat, better dungeons, and better characters. I really enjoy Midna, the patrons in Telma's Bar, and this jabbing motherfucker from the Mallow Mart. It looks better, sounds better, double hook shots. If you love the classic 3D Zelda experience and yet somehow haven't played this one, well, what the hell are you doing? But personally, it's just a little too long for my liking. Remember back in my Ocarina of Time video where I needed to be in a certain mood to play it over something like Link to the Past given how much of a bigger game it was? Well, it's the same thing here, only like twofold. And I'm saying this without ever finishing Skyward Sword and knowing full well Breath of the Wild easily overtakes it. But this is one of the longest Zelda games in the franchise. You're getting your money's worth for sure, but it's definitely a Zelda fan's Zelda game. Get the HD remaster on the Nintendo Wii if possible. The gyroscope is great for real-time item management and sniping enemies from far away with a bow and arrow. The next Zelda game, however, doesn't have an HD remaster. It's only a matter of time who knows, but it's The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword for the Nintendo Wii. I got this at launch.
Well, it does now. I have 20 or so copies of this game for the Switch.
In 2011, but I've only put about, I want to say 3 to 4 hours into it, so I'll be finishing it for the first time for the next video. And maybe it'll be my next Majora's Mask. Wishful thinking. But thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic night, and take care.
It's one of the worst Zelda games? Why is that? Watch Creamcast guy before we leave. Okay. I can see what he's uploaded, if it's actually worth watching. If it's just some, I don't know. Oh, fuck, dude. I hate how it autofills. If I don't type it, I don't want it in my search bar. I didn't click on it. Holy fuck, man. Alright, we'll watch this. Whatever.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast.
We'll watch it.
This guy here, and today we're talking about the death of Xbox, but in a slightly different fashion.
Wow, another day, another death of Xbox. You know, trust me, I want them to die as much as anyone else does, but bro, it's a little excessive at this point.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Major Jeff with the 5. Twilight Princess is basically your Final Fantasy VII. I really love the Zelda game. Nice, man. Yeah, I like the art style automatically, so that makes me, I don't know, slightly more interested in the average Zelda game, I would say, for sure. Sneed Feed with the 2. Pepsi Lady video one more time. I think I still have it pulled. Okay, yeah.
You know, I found out the hard way the last time that I tried this.
Oh, not again!
And I haven't seen this done with any other sodas before. And I just don't think it's going to be as crazy.
What?
Not again!
Well.
Oh, not again!
Jesus Christ, man. Major Jeff with the 5. Personally, I think Twilight Princess combat's pretty easy. Some of the puzzles can be tough, though. It's okay. I have a big brain, dude. But yeah, you can always look up a guide, I guess. But yeah, I always thought that was like the main thing with Zelda was it wasn't really a combat game. It was more so of like a puzzle game.
Fashion that we typically do on this channel, which is that today we're going to talk about some raw sales numbers because they just posted a bunch of financial reports for June. And this stuff is very much the whole spread. It's how many controllers sold on every console, how many games sold on every console, and how many consoles sold, right? And what's interesting is that not only is Xbox doing bad, not only are they obviously...
look at those numbers. Look at those numbers, bro.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
5 million for the Switch, almost 1 million for the PS5, 316,000 for the Switch 1, and then Xbox at 157,000. That is abysmally bad.
Obviously the bottom of every chart, but it really paints...
That is really bad, dude. Really, really bad. The Switch, a literal outdated console, is outselling you 2-to-1 when the new release console just came out and sold 5 million copies. Wowie zowie, dude.
It's a bleak image as to how dead Xbox already is. At this point, the only people in the world that are buying Xbox games are PlayStation people. Literally, if it wasn't for the PS5, I do think the Xbox would be dead already. But let me break it down because I feel like the context that's very difficult to parse out sometimes is just how screwed is Xbox. They like to post cryptic statements like, oh, 10 million people played Starfield. Okay, did they play it for 30 seconds? Did they play it for 30 hours? Xbox always tries to be incredibly vague about how their games are doing. And now I think we realize that everything they're putting out, if it wasn't on PlayStation, nobody would even play it. But let me talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if you could, please...
Well, in the case of Indian Jones and the Google Play gift card, that's not too far off because they only had 4 million players across all of Xbox and PC. That's pretty terrible. Wi-Fi Slush almost had that many. Major Jeff with the 5. Let's see. It's short.
This kid was arrested for wearing a uniform. Then his dad pulled up.
You should be ashamed of yourself. It's an honor to wear that uniform.
Hey!
He's clearly not a veteran. He didn't fight for this country.
He's 11 years old.
This is so fake.
Yeah, I know, which is why it's ridiculous for him to be saying he's a vet. It's physically impossible for him to be one of those.
Exactly. So why is he in the back of a police car?
Because he's impersonating one.
No, he's wearing a camouflage uniform. There's no law against that.
Support our veterans.
Yeah.
He's posing as a veteran.
No, he's supporting veterans. I'm a veteran.
This kid was a...
Bro, that shit's so fake. Yeah. I don't buy that for a second. Yeah, I gotta press X to doubt on that. That's like some shit where it's like, oh, the racist white cop, dude. Systemic racism.
Give this video a like.
Even though technically the that is a crime, pretending to be a veteran, stolen valor.
And subscribe if you haven't already. Now I wanted to start with this because this just came out literally as I started filming.
That'd be like me saying, all right, guys, every single super chat supports our troops because my dad was in the military, but I wasn't. So, you know.
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
Ricardo Cumsucks of the 10. Whew, man, watching that Pepsi lady back-to-back really laid me out flat. Uh-oh. That clip makes me laugh 100% of the time. I need to smooch my booze real quick. And also my cat, Colonel, is trying to sleep on my chest. That's great. You know, I'm glad you and Colonel can share this happy moment together. So, yeah, that's a great video, though. The Pepsi lady is funny.
This, which is that the CEO of Microsoft says that, oh, I feel so bad about laying off 15,000 employees. Oh, it weighs so heavily on me. You know, also, we are making completely crazy amounts of money. By any objective measure, we are thriving. So he's basically saying, yeah, we're just going to keep firing Xbox people because they're less profitable than any other part. Like, Microsoft makes literally trillions of dollars on Windows and Microsoft Excel and everything else. They're basically saying, we don't even care. We can just let Xbox rot on the vine, despite the fact that they've spent billions, hundreds of billions of dollars trying to build up the...
Dude, it doesn't weigh heavy on him. The only thing that weighs heavy on him is the fact that now he's getting pushback on importing more fucking Indians. That's it. The only thing that weighs heavy on him is the fact that he's going to lose his access to H-1B visas and nothing else. This guy doesn't fucking care about you. He doesn't care about America. He doesn't care about Western society. He just wants to import a bunch of cheap slave labor from his home country.
Xbox brand, they're just going to let it rot for no reason. And I do find it funny that a lot of the replies are just being like, oh, okay, cool. So he just sucks. It's weighing heavily on him, and yet he definitely is a soulless corporate shell. Now here it is. Video Game Worldwide hardware estimates.
Thanks,
now technically, these are usually about 95% accurate. Usually the numbers are a slight bit off just because sometimes, you know, some people are buying stuff and it takes a bit to tally up some of the ones and zeros, stuff that ended up falling off a truck, that kind of stuff. But look at this. Like, this is kind of just wild. So this is the world bracket. Let's just talk about the world bracket because, look, breaking it down by like, here's North America, here's Europe, here's Japan. But here's what's really, really crucial in my opinion.
Dude, there's not a single market where the Xbox Series consoles outsold the original Switch. That is just insane to think about.
Nintendo Switch 2 sold 5 million units the first month. I think that's now technically the fastest selling console of all time. I'll be honest, still blows my mind. With all the hate, all the backlash, all the high price tags on Nintendo's...
Why does it blow your mind? You bought one. You literally bought one. It shouldn't blow your mind because it wasn't bad enough for you to not buy one. So why would it be bad enough for other people to not buy one? Most people, unlike Dreamcast Guy, have actual jobs and make an income and can afford things that they want to buy.
Switch 2, clearly, people did not mind showing up to that with cash in hand. PlayStation 5 behind it with 900,000 sold. Pretty dang good when you just consider the fact that in a random June in 2025 with no major releases, the PS5 still sold almost 1 million units. The original Nintendo Switch selling 316,000 units worldwide. Still, even that is a pretty surprising number, but this is the part that I think everybody is very much focusing on. 150,000 Xboxes sold worldwide in the month of June. I truly feel like it cannot be overstated how bad this is. I mean, you're literally talking about a last-gen device, a last-gen handheld that came out in 2017, sold more than you did. Like, what in the world are we...
Yeah, it sold 2 to 1. Not that it just sold more. It outsold it by double. Double. And in your strongest market, which is North America, you still got outsold by a last-generation device.
Even doing here. Now, there has been a lot of talks about the fact that...
Do I make more than, like, overall? Yeah. Dude, I have an actual job that pays very well, and then I make money off of YouTube. I have side hustles. Like, yeah, no, I definitely make more money than Dreamcast Guy. I have, like, an actual, like, stable income from a job. So this is not my only gig. So I don't have to do a GoFundMe to fix my teeth or sell my video game collection or, you know, live with 4 roommates or whatever. I have, you know, an actual job that pays my bills. I have YouTube, which gives me, you know, excess cash to spend. And then I have, like, my reselling, cards, and all that type of stuff that I make money from, too. You know, I'm putting my money into an investment property with my dad. Like, yeah, no, I'm much better off financially, 100%. So, a lot of people who do YouTube full time do not make a lot of money.
Currently, Xbox is making a big effort to basically just cut off parts of the world that aren't worth their investment. You can see here, like, specific...
You scalp Pokemon cards? I haven't scalped Pokemon cards in a while, man. You can't get anything anymore. You can't even buy cards, so... Nah, I haven't scalped Pokemon cards in a while. The only stuff I have is stuff I bought when it was sitting on shelves and nobody wanted it. Or it was on deep discount, so I bought a bunch of it. But I haven't gotten any recent Pokemon stuff because it's like damn near impossible to get.
Even in Europe and stuff, Europe and Japan, they're just selling lower and lower numbers. There has been a bunch of public leaks that basically they're trying to cut off those supply lines. It costs a lot of money to not just ship consoles to other countries, but then make deals. All right, we need it to be in, you know, the Japanese equivalent to Best Buy. They sign all these contracts, and clearly they're getting zero money back. So basically, it's...
Oh, you do have to camp out. Every single GameStop, Target, Walmart, Best Buy, they all have people camped out. Because when you can buy something and then immediately double your money, like, why wouldn't you just do that? Like, if I can go buy $200 worth of Pokemon boxes and then sell them for $200 to $300 in profit, that's more than most people make working. So, yeah. Regnier with the 2, Dreamcast Guy has to worry about having his AC on. Says it all. Yup. Meanwhile, I got mine on 64, dude, because it was 95 degrees out today.
Sounds like at this point, I think Xbox realizes that even having the console on store shelves, you're just geysering cash. You're getting nothing back for it, especially because at this point, the only place you really see people talking about Xbox games or buying Xbox games is on PlayStation and Nintendo Switch 2. Christopher Dring, the game business, I've talked about this guy in the past. He's a guy who, I feel like he leaks stuff that is all being talked about behind the scenes. He's a very old school game journalist. Chris Dring basically says that, look, this stuff is about to come out in the coming weeks. We know that we're exactly, I think, 3.5 weeks from Gamescom. Gamescom is happening over in Germany, and when it happens there, Xbox shows up. Xbox has already confirmed they're doing a big showcase. I do think there's a good chance they're going to just shadow drop Starfield. I think they're going to release Starfield on PS5.
I hope
if I'm being brutally honest, I don't think it's going to sell at all. I think Starfield is just a...
You said you were going to buy it and platinum it, you fucking hypocrite.
Colossal, expensive flop. I mean, not only is it the lowest rated Bethesda game, modders gave up on Starfield. Everybody gave up on Starfield. And I say that as a person that not only beat it, I beat that absolutely garbage game twice. Although, you know, the new game plus is funny. So I kind of beat it like one.
You said you wanted to rebuy it and platinum it on PlayStation. You absolute liar. That trash game that you want to rebuy and play through 100% of the way. Okay.
1.5 times. I even played the DLC. But my point is the fact that this is the kind of stuff that makes me think that Xbox realizes that if you're going to use your prime real estate, your time to come out on stage and talk about the future of Xbox, and it's your time to sort of hype up the competitor in the classical sense.
Yeah, I heard there's going to be a Nintendo Switch Direct pretty soon, and apparently Microsoft is going to be announcing a bunch of Switch 2 stuff.
I think it shows just how bleak things have gotten. Now, I've seen a lot of people try to say that
we need MCC on the Switch 2, baby.
Somehow Xbox is doing better than we think. I've seen a lot of screenshots. I don't even want to put them in this video. I've seen a lot of Xbox YouTubers claiming that nobody buys PlayStation 5 games. I don't know why. Like, one of the things I've seen people claim, I've seen a lot of people claim that Death Stranding 2 failed when it's the number 2 selling game worldwide. I don't really understand how you could possibly say that Death Stranding 2 failed, but weird times, June's number 2 and number 4 are bestsellers on Xbox, but don't even make the top 20 overall. If this isn't a sign of how bad sales are on Xbox, I don't know what is. US is Xbox's strongest territory, and these are the US sales. So it just seems like there has been this bigger and bigger push for the idea that Xbox, not only can they not be tied to a single platform, I am more and more thinking that Xbox is probably going to discontinue Game Pass. At this point, Game Pass, it's for...
No, they won't discontinue Game Pass because they still need a way to monetize those devices. So, unfortunately, they have trained their console user base to not buy anything. So, if they got rid of Game Pass, they would just stop spending money on Xbox altogether. So, nope, you have to keep it as long as you have the console. Now, next generation is an entirely different topic, but I don't know, man. I think PC Game Pass will stick around, but they'll make it extremely expensive, or it'll just have a smaller and smaller catalog.
I'm going to make this clear. For Microsoft, they're probably seeing it as a massive waste of money. A lot of companies are very much all in on this idea of paying a subscription fee instead of ever actually owning your content, right? Instead of having Adobe Premiere for editing YouTube videos, you pay the Adobe Premiere subscription.
$50 a month.
You've got your YouTube Red subscription or premium, whatever the hell they call it. You know, instead of buying Netflix movies, you have a Netflix subscription. I almost feel like they're doing the math and saying, okay, so few people...
Yeah, Stellar Blade is that high because it came out on PC, so... Ricardo Cumsucks at the 10. Griffin, you have a job. I am drunk, but I have held it down for many years, too. This is what fascinates me about Dreamcast Guy. What is he going to do, like, 10 years from now? Still this? Oh, geez. Yeah, exactly, man. It's scary. That's why I never did YouTube as a career. It's not a career. Like, you get lucky, and then maybe you can keep it up.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
But it's like, do you really want to be a content creator into your 40s and 50s and 60s, and maybe you can, like, scrounge up enough money in order to maybe retire someday, but in reality, probably not. Like, you're just going to live off of Social Security and be broke. Unless you hit it huge, like, you know, you're a top 1% streamer or something like that, and you're making, like, tens of thousands of dollars a month. You save up your money, invest it right, and you have a big-ass nest egg. Like, okay, maybe it makes sense to do that. But for 99% of these full-time YouTubers, they're, like, basically condemning themselves to abject poverty long-term. So... Griff, you're just saying that because you don't want people to become YouTubers? No, I want people to do YouTube as a hobby and make money from it that way, but also have an actual job you can fall back on. That's what I feel like is important. Like, you should not put all your eggs in the social media basket. That is a mistake. Because this shit changes like the fucking tides. You have no idea if you'll be relevant for a year, 2 years, or 2 decades. It really just depends. So, yeah, don't ever get, like, too comfortable. Like, you can make a shitload of money one month, and then the next month you're, like, barely scraping 2 pennies together. So, well, yeah, dude, PewDiePie is, like, a top, what, 0.001%er? So, yeah, he's the exception, not the rule. But Ricardo Cumsucks to the 5. The prospect of YouTube as an employment platform seems fucking terrifying to me. Yeah, no, it is. You can lose your channel overnight, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can be demonetized, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can have your channel copyright struck, and if you don't have enough money for a lawyer to go and defend yourself in court, you're fucked. Like, there's so many different ways that this shit can backfire on you.
Have Game Pass.
Why does that volume thing keep popping up? What the fuck? Is Windows, like, haunted? Majora Jeff with the 2. No, I didn't skip it. It's just it's a video, so I'm going to open it after this. If you send like a video link, I don't necessarily read it until I'm going to open it. But, I mean, I can go ahead and do it. It's fine.
What's your biggest turnoff in guys?
I was just going to do it after the video.
Probably when they don't work out.
Ah!
This is one of those videos where I don't even need to say anything. It's pretty self-explanatory.
What's your biggest turnoff in
Jesus Christ. I'm a 10.
guys?
Probably when they don't work out.
Dude, some Jamaican guy is literally salivating at the sight of this queen. Jesus. Have you no shame?
We're just losing money. And now we've told people to never buy Xbox games. At this point, it's probably more profitable for them to, at least as an experiment. I do think there's a chance they're just going to chop up Game Pass and start attempting to actually sell games to their audience, which obviously is going to sell terrible on Xbox and it'll sell great on PlayStation. At least the games don't suck. But a lot of people are kind of talking about the fact that it's very weird that
the games don't suck. That's a lie. Microsoft games are not even worth playing in Game Pass, much less buying.
Right now, we now have more sales data. Xbox has always, in my opinion, lied. Xbox likes to lie about the success of their games. Oh, we have the big giant game. Wow, everybody's playing Hellblade when nobody played Hellblade. Oh, everybody's playing...
Majora Jeff with the 2. That was FBI's girlfriend, by the way. Oh, you upgraded. Nice. Good for you, FBI. I'm glad you're, you know, diluting your Aborigines genes a little bit with a respectable young white lady such as herself.
Starfield when nobody's actually playing Starfield. They're always vague. So now that we actually have sales data from a game, it's selling great on PlayStation. I think they're starting to think that. I've seen some big Xbox accounts even sort of saying that right now it's really important to give up on exclusives. I'm seeing that more people seem to be sort of like I don't know, begging for PlayStation games to come to Xbox.
I don't know why you would be begging for PlayStation games, honestly. They're so fucking boring.
Port begging has never been more desperate. Here's Colt Eastwood. No hate on Colt, but Colt did a whole video basically saying that I want to see Spider-Man and Horizon and Returnal, all these games on Xbox. I don't think those will go to Xbox. I do think some stuff will go over to Xbox, but it is weird when you kind of look at a thing like this, right? This is obviously a very
Stellar Blade I could see going over because it's third party.
Misleading thing here. A bunch of these games are not coming out. A bunch of these, there's Perfect Art. Most of these are canceled games. Most of these are never, ever coming out, right? But let's just hypothetically say this is real, right? 20 games coming to Xbox, 10 games coming to PlayStation. A lot of these games ended up being very, very big. You can see right there, Stellar Blade. Oh my God, Last of Us Part 2 being listed. But my point is the fact that I do think that Xbox is going to petition PlayStation and ask for some games. And I do think some stuff might bridge that gap. I keep seeing stuff like this where people are basically saying, okay, the idea of exclusives just doesn't work. And a lot of people are kind of mocking this because right now we're seeing record-breaking sales. The top-selling games in the world
tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Ricardo Cumsucks with the 10. Just curious, is this the only... Wait, is this only what Dreamcast guy does for... Yeah, this is the only thing he does. This is his only source of income. Completely. So... Yeah, this is his one, like, you know, income stream that he's got. Just wondering, man, never heard of him before I saw him on here. But is he trying to make this his only job? He's made it his only job for like 10 years. This has been his only job for 10 years. He lives with like 4 roommates. He had to like do a GoFundMe to pay for his like shattered teeth to be repaired in his jaw. Like, yeah, he had to sell his entire game collection. He's afraid to turn on the AC because of how expensive his electric bill. Like, yeah, no. Not where you want to be at age 40. So, I can't afford this shit! What time is it? 6:30. All right, I'm going to have to get off soon, guys.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I'm probably going to hop off. See, Chronicle with the 3. FBI will send you the link. All right, I can take a look real quick. This better not be NSFW FBI. Oh my God. There you go. Whose girlfriend is that? It's Ricardo, yeah. I guess it's Ricardo. Is that FBI's cat profile picture? And then who is Vanille? Ooh. What am I looking at? Art. I don't know. You'd have to ask the original artist. And Majora Jeff of the 5, just want to ask Griffin, what should I do with my Switch 1 since I won't I would sell it while you can get some money out of it, personally. Just transfer your save file and then go ahead and sell it because the value of the Switch is going to drop dramatically the longer the Switch 2 is available. So just trade it in, sell it on eBay. Like, I would personally, you know, get rid of it at this point. Get some money out of it while you can. And then, you know, just use it to buy Switch games or Switch 2 games or whatever else. Pro Controller, Donkey Kong, whatever your heart desires.
Exclusives, Death Stranding 2 and Mario Kart World. Those are the biggest games in the world right now, and they're both exclusives, right? Doesn't that kind of show the sign that exclusives still have a point? I want to look at the replies here because a lot of people are pointing out utterly delusional take when the biggest and most successful console platforms by far are the only ones that have exclusives that
It's the Zelda OLED? Well, unless you want to keep it for collector's purposes, yeah, you should just list that on eBay. I would just list that on eBay as like an auction, started at $50 plus shipping, and then just see where it ends. So, because I don't think the trade-in's very high, but because you have a special edition, someone might pay higher for it, especially if you have the original box still.
We're beyond that point. You might be, but the market isn't. Ask Nintendo how their ecosystem does. Basically, everybody is replying to this and saying, you're super stupid.
Yeah, that's also true. If you have a niece or a nephew or, you know, a young child in the family or, you know, a friend with a young child, you could also give it to them. True.
Stupid exclusives do matter. But I almost think that when it comes to Xbox, I feel like Xbox fanboys have to pretend that exclusives are somehow bad. Oh,
Ricardo Cumsox with a 5 fast forward 25 years from now. I just want to know where Dreamcast guy is. I just want to see. Probably just leeching off of Social Security, man. I mean, realistically, he doesn't have any savings. I mean, unless his channel just absolutely, you know, skyrockets in viewership, which, you know, seems kind of unlikely at this point, but you never know. But most likely he will be living a very, very, very modest lifestyle. Living off of Social Security is my guess. Or he might marry his girlfriend and move in with her. I have no idea. But, yeah, it's scary, bro. I could not imagine doing this shit for, like, an actual job.
The studio doesn't get as much feedback. It doesn't get as much audience. Oh, if we don't have exclusives, how will people enjoy it?
Dreamcast guy's pretty harmless. He's just a pathological liar. He's a pathological liar. He lies about stupid stuff. He makes up things. He constantly flip-flops and just kind of griffs whatever the popular opinion is. And then we'll do a complete 180 on it the next sentence. So, yeah. Again, he's pretty harmless, but yeah. He's fun to watch, ironically.
With the game, I don't know. It's such an odd argument to act like somehow exclusives hurt gaming.
And he dated a tranny, too. Or multiple. We don't know how many, but we do know for a fact that he dated a trans woman.
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
But clearly that's just not the case. I would say that, in a lot of ways, the best decisions we've seen from Xbox in the last year, especially...
Yes, he did. We've already been over this. He said it publicly on a podcast with RGT and, like, the Spawn... What is it called? Not Spawncast. Spawn Wave, that guy. He was on a podcast talking about Hogwarts Legacy, and he said he didn't want to buy the game because J.K. Rowling doesn't like trans people, and he was someone who dated trans women, and yeah, I mean, if you want like an actual... I forgot what the video is. Let me see. If I can find it real quick, I'll pull it up. But RGT 85 Hogwarts Legacy. It's towards the end of the video. I remember that. I think it's this one.
I ran a poll on Twitter earlier today, asked Dreamcast guy and I had the perfect thing to say about it because we both had very differentiating opinions on it. I pretty much said, you know, I'm going to check out the game. I'm looking forward to the game. And Max said, I'm not going to check out the game. I'm not going to look forward to the game because he has a lot of friends that are transgender. He's dated transgender people and he didn't think it was fair to them.
There you go. Right there, his friend, that they were on a podcast and they talked about it. So
forward to the game. And Max said, I'm not going to check out the game. I'm not going to look forward to the game because he has a lot of friends that are transgender. He's dated transgender people and he didn't think it was fair to them. We both had differentiating opinions. I was going to buy the game.
Yeah, so there you go. Confirmation.
Has been a reaction to PlayStation. They lowered the price back to $70 this week. They were talking about a month and a half ago. They were saying there was going to be a big push. Every Xbox game was going to be $80 now. They've backtracked on that. And I think they did that, honestly, because of how much people are pre-ordering and talking about Ghost of Yotei, a $70 PlayStation 5 game. And the same thing sort of goes with like a lot.
Is that all it took, Ricardo? Yeah. It's pretty extreme.
A lot of Xbox games, people just aren't buying them in general. So maybe a lower price point, even undercutting it, maybe doing a $60 thing, I think that would be good. Another thing I definitely think is crucial is that Xbox has said we're going to go back to actually selling you a physical disc. It's not just going to be a code in the box. I do think this is a reaction. People buy.
Yeah, but the game's not going to be on the disc. The game itself is not going to be on the disc. They're just going to put like 10 megabytes on there.
Buy PlayStation games. People buy physical Nintendo Switch games and Switch 2 games. People make a big stink about the code in the box.
Very, very rarely does he ever complain about PlayStation. And if he does, he writes it off very quickly.
They're attempting to do with Switch 2 games. I think things are very, very bad for Microsoft. And at this point, they've been kind of heads down. I've noticed a lot of
Oh, I can't wait for Outer Worlds 2, dude. It's like literally my most anticipated game of the year, hands down. Looks so amazing. I love this Troon Slop Moon.
Big Xbox executives on Twitter have barely been talking. I think what's going to happen here in 3.5 weeks at Gamescom, I think we're going to get a better picture about what Xbox plans to do in the long run. Because I know they're still claiming, we have a next-gen console in mind. I think Xbox is going to PlayStation. I'm calling that now. I think Xbox is just going to get full third party, and I think they're just going to start doing everything they can, day and date, big budget, crazy Xbox stuff that's going to look.
They already have. What do you mean that's what you think they're going to do? They already have done that.
Great on a PlayStation 5 Pro. But at this point, current day Xbox, it ain't alive, brother. But these have just been some
just like Hulk Hogan, right, brother? Oh,
how do you feel about the
Is that too soon?
Current state of Xbox, and how do you feel about how damn sunburned I am? Look at this sunburn. It honestly hurts like a son of a gun. Look at, I am just sunburned to hell, and I'm literally gonna have to start riding my bike.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm like so sunburned. Check out my biceps. Oh my god.
Like, dude, just say you want people to check out your gains.
With a jacket,
he's always finding an excuse to show off his muscles. It's like, all right, we get it, bro. You're proud of your progress in the gym. You don't have to, like, you know, mask the intention. Be like, yeah, guys, I'm feeling pretty fucking swole right now. You know, check out these sick gains. I don't know. Like, that's less cringe than going like,
oh my god, guys, I got a sunburn. I was outside for too long. I actually, you know, took my Nintendo Switch outside and started playing video games. Look at my sunburn, dude. Like, come on, bro.
Sunblock on. I'm getting so sunburned. But tell me your thoughts about Xbox and sunburns in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video,
tell all those e-girl whores that cover gaming news that you're here, you're queer, and you're ready to pound the fucking shit out of them.
Be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Thanks so much for watching that video.
Jealous of his gains? That's right, dude. Hell yeah. Why do you think he's always wearing the wife beaters? Well, that, and it's hot outside, so, you know, in order to not turn off his, or turn on his AC, he probably wears that to keep his pits from getting swampy. Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5 just went from Dreamcast guys okay to this dude as a tranny fucker against the wall. Yep. These degenerates belong on a cross. Agreed, man. Give them no quarter. Alright, let me just see how long this is. If this is short, we'll do it real quick. All right, we'll watch this real quick.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. July. Bad news tonight. How are all of you? I hope that you're all doing well. I'm doing all right.
All right, after this, I do need to hop off, but we'll watch this.
So sad news today, of course, is all anyone is talking about is
All
that
right,
Hulk
awesome.
Hogan.
Thanks, Nick.
No,
All
no,
right.
actually, in real life, his name was Terry Bollea, passed away this morning at the age of 71. Cardiac arrest. Honestly, not surprising. That's what he passed away from. All the wrestlers of his era did so many drugs when it comes to, like, you know, steroids, but also other stuff, that they all are having heart problems. So, very sad, but at the same time, very polarizing. This is a guy who, when I was growing up, everyone saw him as like the real life Superman. You know, truth, justice in the American way. Say your prayers, eat your vitamins, and, you know, always do good. He was known as, you know, the real American hero. But then he tarnished his legacy, you know, years later with multiple scandals and all kinds of messed up stuff, to the point where the last time that he actually appeared in WWE back in, what was it, January, he was booed out of the building. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, he was like known, he was a larger than life character. He was a movie star, everything.
That's because he endorsed Trump, so, and it was a wrestling match in LA, right? So, makes sense.
Back in the day. So, for people of my generation, it's like, whoa. But then people of future generations are like, we hate him because, you know, he's a racist and he got into this stupid sex scandal and all this crap.
That's why I love him.
So, rest in peace.
Just like me, for real, dude. Hell yeah. Hulk Hogan truly was the greatest man in America. I have no fucking idea. I don't really know anything about Hulk Hogan because I don't watch wrestling, but yeah.
He's the Hulkster. It's just
anyone who tries to cancel someone for being racist, I immediately want to take their side.
It's funny because in the last year, as you
So, you know, if you try to attack someone for racism, you automatically have me as an enemy. I will side with the person being accused of racism because I am so sick of these fucking pansy-ass little queers crying about every little fucking thing that makes them mad. Genuinely, I hope your family dies in an automobile wreck.
Guys know, and there he is, by the way. Just what a coincidence. I have Hulk Hogan on my animations for the month, and then the guy passes away during that same month.
And on your... Wow, is Phil saying that he killed him?
Right? I mean, my whole Philomania logo is based off Hulkamania, right? The meme.
Your entire financial fucking collapse of your business is based on your Hulkamania, too.
The silly meme, let's pull some Hogans, based on stupid mobile games. You know, all Hogan memes and stuff. So, yeah, rest in peace, the Hulkster. And that makes three. For those of you who don't know, earlier this week, the actor who played Theo Huxtable, the guy who was the kid of, you know, Bill Cosby's character, Dr. Huxtable on the Cosby Show, he passed away. He drowned in Costa Rica. Then we lost Ozzy Osbourne just a couple days ago, true rock legend. And now we lost Hulk Hogan. So that's 3 80s era superstars.
I heard Phil Collins is on hospice, too, which apparently he's like some boomer singer.
On within just a few days. So there you go. Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner was the name of the actor who played Theo Huxtable. That's right. So, sheesh. Hopefully that's the end of it. Hopefully we don't have another string, you know, it doesn't continue. Some crazy, you know, Final Destination thing. I hope not. Sheesh. All right. So, how are y'all doing this morning? So today, here's the deal. There's no formal podcast today. We're just going to hang out for like 20 minutes or so, and then we're going to jump right into Donkey Kong Bonanza. And my goal today...
Bro, you don't know who Phil Collins is? I have no idea who the fuck that is.
...is to try to get as far in the game as I can with a 4+ hour block of gameplay. We are just starting up the ice level. And so we'll explore, we'll see if there's any new...
I'll look up, let's see. Phil Collins top songs. In the Air Tonight. Okay, I've heard that one. Take It, Look at Me Now. No idea what that is. One More Night. Nope. Don't Lose My Number. No. The only one I recognize is In the Air Tonight.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck
But
up!
aside from that, yeah, I don't really recognize anything. Just looking at a list. But yeah, apparently he's in hospice right now. Allegedly. Yeah, I saw it on Twitter, so I guess take it with a grain of salt, but I think he's on hospice care right now. He apparently had a bunch of health issues. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10 when Hulkster dropped the hard in on a hidden call. I was an instant fan for life. Also, the meaning of HH is way different from wrestling fans to me. I go deep. You
skip it up and faggot.
You have no idea. I know, man. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Hulk probably was a fan of the real HH as well.
Gameplay elements. People are saying as you get further into the game, it gets better, and I'm like, well, I'm waiting. Like, I'm seriously waiting for the game to get better. We now played it for about 10 hours, and it's been the same exact gameplay elements the entire time. So when are new elements going to be introduced so that it's more interesting? I don't know. It would be great if it was today, since we're now, getting into a whole new area. I guess we'll see. So I hope you will stick around for Donkey Kong. And of course, as you know, we have new animations for Donkey Kong for $20 contributions, whether it's a super chat or a tip or 4 subs on Kick or 7 memberships on YouTube. We play a new special banana-themed animation. Yes, and that'll be fun. Banana-themed stuff. Hope that you guys will partake in the banana festivities of banana today. That'll be fun. And then tonight on the late stream, it's the return of Chill, because it is going to be American Truck Simulator on the late stream. Chill vibes, some alcoholic seltzers. Good stuff overall. All right, so I hope that you'll stick around for a full day of fun gameplay today. Should be a good one. Our first contribution just came in. It's Buckwell gifting a sub to Zog Salve. What a name. He found his glasses. He said, finally, Buckwell has found his glasses and his wallet and has contributed to the stream for the first time in ages. So thank you very much, Buckwell. You are the first sub of the day. That's a good start considering the fact that subs have been very, very slow coming in the last couple of days. We actually had 2 amazing days, both Sunday and Monday. Then all of a sudden, Tuesday and Wednesday have been slow. So hopefully we can bounce back from that today, right? Good stuff. Okay, so speaking of, yesterday was a mixed bag. The first stream went really well with Death Stranding 2. We had a great audience. People were chilling, enjoying the vibes. We made great progress.
Yeah, Phil has to monetize the Hogan death in order to get more Hogan polls before it becomes even more extremely expensive in-app. Because now all the WWE fans are going to be feeling super nostalgic about Hogan. So they're going to do like a tribute pack, I'm sure, that'll be like super expensive.
In the game, good story, and then actually support-wise exceeded a goal. Hit it and then exceeded it. Amazing. But then sadly last night, with CBS 2, wow, we completely tanked. Don't ask me what happened. I have no idea. But it just didn't do well at all. It's weird because other
CBS 2? What is that?
CBS 2 streams recently, even the ones that didn't do as well, still made like $90, and this one made like 30. So I don't know what happened. People just weren't down for fighting games last night because it was on a Wednesday.
Oh, Capcom Battle, whatever the fuck, classic, instead of whatever.
A Friday. Hopefully that'll be remedied this coming Friday with Friday Night Fights. But I don't know. It was a good stream. Like, it was great gameplay. It was a master level gameplay the entire night. Actually played a really good Canadian player.
Capcom versus. Okay, I thought he said CBS, not CV. Okay.
By the name of Minibach, who is a A-Groove player. We've seen almost no A-Groove gameplay in the game because of the online play. It's hard to do A-Groove combos. So hopefully we'll bounce back today. Guys, we're at 77 out of 80 goals. 3 goals left to hit, and then we do DSP tries it. So it's this simple. All right? Let's hit a goal every stream for the next 3 streams, and then tomorrow we will do the new episode of DSP Tries It, which is that MLB Dogs thing. Here it is, MLB Ballpark Bites. Here it is. This is what we're going to do. Show you guys again. MLB Ballpark Bites. Where it is.
FBI with the 5. Did Phil's biggest donator that he doxed ever come back? I don't think so. I don't know, because that guy changes his identity constantly, so he might, but I don't believe so. I think he was gone after he found that out.
Pretzel dog sandwiches, including cheesesteaks, hot dogs, and chicken. I'll probably get like maybe one of each, or maybe like 1 hot dog, 1 either chicken or cheesesteak, and then I'll probably get like the donut holes or something. We'll try all these different things, okay? That'll be cool.
Oh, boy.
So, I'm looking at the wrong camera. Let's get to 80 goals. Let's get some momentum going, please. Let's support the stream, if you can. And let's get some momentum rolling here on the channel today. All right? Good stuff. Rest in peace to Hulk Hogan. A lot of people are just joining right now saying R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. Yes, rest in peace to the Hulkster. Very sad news, obviously. Okay, so some shout-outs.
Now focus on me, guys.
To do here. It looks like Jalen did a $5 super chat.
The tranny? Alright, well, I gotta hop off, guys. You know, as much as I would love to stay around and also monetize Hulk Hogan's death, I gotta hop off. So, have a great Saturday, everybody, and a great weekend. I'll see all of y'all later tonight. I guess we'll finish up God of War, possibly. We'll see how much longer it takes, but you know, hopefully the platforming struggles are over with, so we won't hit another roadblock. But anyway, have a good one, guys, and I'll talk to all of y'all later. Peace out.